Hello and welcome everybody to day 2, week 2 of NACL. I'm Kangas. First time on the broadcast, by the way. They kept me locked away for quite a while, but I got beat down. Join with me today for maybe our only cast scheduled this summer, Beat. Can we say that live? I mean, I just did.
I mean, you already
happy
did.
To have you, though.
Yeah, it's really great to be here. You couldn't dodge me like you did last split. We made it happen. So, shout out to LCS.
You know it's dangerous.
Yeah.
You know it's dangerous to put our energies together.
You're right.
Usually the show gets on fire at some point, so everybody look forward to that at some point later on this evening. But happy to have you. How was your break? I haven't actually really gotten to catch up with you too much.
It was good. I played a lot of games.
A lot of games.
Kangas.
That's a good break.
And it was great. I slept a lot too. And now that the season has started, I'm not sleeping anymore. So I had my time. I had my time. I enjoyed it. What about you, Kangas? How was yours? Real quick, come on.
Oh, well, mine was full of trying to catch up on all the changes that happened in the offseason because there's a lot of format changes for this summer, so we want to talk about them. I mean, full Fearless, that's the big one, right? This is going to be my first time ever doing draft for a full Fearless game now. I'm very excited for that. But what were some of the biggest changes that you like, Pete?
I mean, now that we can actually talk about it, the most exciting change for me is the Americas Tournament that has been announced recently. So top 2 are the people who basically go to the finals here in NACL at the end of playoffs. They're going to participate in that tournament against the, I believe it was some CBLOL and LLA Tier 2 teams.
Yes, that was just announced earlier this week, so check out the NACL's Twitter account or X account to catch up on all of that in case you somehow were not updated on that. But also a couple changes from the teams from spring to summer. A reminder, this is a relegation league, so we do have teams that have qualified in. So here's an updated list of the teams participating. And another big change, we had a couple of new names come in here. Shout out to Dragonsteel. Shout out to NZXT. A lot of cool brands coming in to, participate in the NACL.
That's right. And, of course, the new names, new orgs coming into the NACL. Blue Water, CCG, Winthrop University, of course, making their way in, who weren't here in that last split. Some of these teams we're going to see today, of course, guys, and we're going to show you the schedule for today. The first series we're going for, it is going to be TLC versus DSG. TLC are red hot at the moment and looking to make an argument for being the best team. And then it's going to be followed up by Winthrop and FlyQuest and ZXT.
Yeah, the thing about TLC, I didn't have the highest expectation of them to be a dominant team coming out the gate. I mean, there's some expectation for this organization. They have a long tenure here at the Tier 2 level for having, successful developmental rosters. But everyone was looking at FlyQuest. They're the reigning champions for the NACL. Everyone was hyping up players like Surdy, his big solo queue climb. But FlyQuest's first weekend was actually not that great. TLC's was fantastic. They decimated their opponents. So DSG also, summer winners, but only one returning player from that summer roster, might have their work cut out for them here. But the question remains, how much information can we actually take away from that TLC match? It was against AoE. They made quick work of their opponents, but maybe AoE not the biggest litmus test for how good TLC can be in the long run.
No, and I think that today is going to give us a little bit of a better idea. Yeah, DSG lost, but still I think they're a bit of a better team, so we're going to find out how these guys are going to fare. Remember, this is Team Liquid Honda Challengers, the team that has not changed a member since the last split. So, you have that synergy going in, especially for a team who kind of struggled in the beginning of the spring split and really pulled it together at the end. So being able to stay together as a group, I think, is the perfect way for this team to just continue that ball, keep that ball rolling.
Why is Romer so much further back in his phone?
It's about sending a message.
We're just not going to talk about that?
You wouldn't get it, Kangas.
I wouldn't get it.
It's a mid laner thing.
What? You're right. It is a mid laner thing. Yeah. He needs a wider field of view to see what's going on the map. Team Liquid Honda Challengers came out the gate swinging. They're looking like a very strong team, and they're up against disguised DSG on the other side of the Rift. Now, DSG did a big rebuild coming in from summer. Young, the only returning member from that championship roster, because shout out to Shopify Rebellions, who are taken to the LCS stage today. A lot of the players that were on that summer roster moved up to the LCS. That is the whole purpose of this league. We love to see that. But talk to me about some of the star players here that are now in the NACL.
Yeah, I think Young and Yukino are players that I've had my eye on for a while. Yukino, it's great to see him back after him kind of disappearing in last summer after the exodus of LCS teams in Challengers League. Is a player who we thought had a lot of potential. There is Young as well, a player who's been in around the scene for a little while and someone we were kind of hoping to see reach the upper ends of this mid pool here. And I think against Romer, who's kind of proven himself to be a force to be reckoned with in his series against AoE and just in lane overall this year, this is going to be a test for him as well to see, can he really stack up? Can he live up to that hype that I think some people have had for him these last few years?
Yeah, I mean, Romer coming in, happy that you mentioned that, because he came in at the same time as Quad, who was able to make a very fast move up to the LCS. So I think players like Romer that come into the NACL with hopes of making that jump, they're then looking at the pace some other of their peers are able to make that and think, okay, it's game time. I got to show that I'm also able to make that jump myself. Young's been trying to make that point for quite a while here. The other big change on DSG is, of course, Perry no longer here in the jungle, and also Tomo coming in from his LCS tenure. So also, shout out to Sapu, who has that experience with Tenacity. First round of bans coming through already here. DSG taking away the Ezreal, Talia, Karthus. TLC taking out the Ashe, Skarner, and LeBlanc. So it's a Rumble first pick for Tenacity.
Wow, really just kind of throwing down the gauntlet there with that probably top lane pick there for Tenacity, which is an interesting one. I mean, I've heard rumblings of, no pun intended, of Rumble in other roles, but I'm going to go ahead and just lock in that it's going to be him in the top side. So you're leaving a lot of really strong picks open, like the Tristana, something Romer was very happy to play in his previous series, was really happy to play last split as well, even when he was still kind of getting his bearings here in the league.
Yeah, now Corki is still up, so I'm expecting just the handshake there, Tristana into Corki. Some mid laners have been pulling out different AD carries like that Ezreal, but with that band, don't expect that. Ivern is interesting for Keel, though, not the conventional jungler that we've been seeing too much at the top levels.
So this is a combo that TLC did run a good bit last split, where they run the double marksman, you run it with the Ivern, you are able to make a lot of space. I think this duo in particular is also very strong. There's this interaction that these players do a lot where Keel will throw the Ivern shield on Romer and he'll go for an all-in because that trigger seed does give you extra damage.
Also just keep Daisy is a free frontline basically to just create space. Ivern's a fantastic space maker between the Daisy and also the shrubs that he drops down makes it so hard for you to know where the opponent is. But that is that Corki handshake into the Tristana, and we're pairing it with a Nautilus as the support. So engage supports, 80 carries in the mid lane. Both of these comps have very similar pieces. The differences being jungle versus top priority in that first round of rotational picks.
Yeah, so I'm thinking now probably 80 carry pool is going to get pinched a good bit on both sides here. I mean, right away, DSG getting Senna I think is probably not ideal. Senna Nautilus, a really powerful combo, but there's still also jungle to look at, and that's why they just want to remove that vibe for you. You remove a really strong duo. That one makes sense too. I'm still wondering if they're gonna take a look towards that center route, just because I think it is really strong.
I'm looking quick at Keel's Ivern stats here. All-time record, not the highest, only 25% win rate, but in 2024, in the games he's pulled it out, has had a positive win rate on it so far. So like you said, the team seems practiced on this, seems comfortable with it. It is the biggest kind of like wrench in the plan so far that I'm seeing in draft phase. Everything else feels very standard, very normal, I'd say. But in a Fearless draft, something early like an Ivern opens up the option for more meta picks later on, because whatever you play, whether you win or you lose, you cannot play it again.
Yeah.
It's important to note for anybody who's not aware of the format that we are currently competing in. So Ziggs Vi banned away, Kennen Udyr banned away. Let's see what TLC lock in for their 4th champ.
Yeah, and at this point, you likely know what you're playing into on top side, so it's just going to be pretty easy for you to go ahead and grab a pick there for Jenkins. You could go the 80 carry route if you wanted to, but I expect like Spawn is just going to go for something. I was thinking maybe Jinx, but he wants something lane dominant, so it's just going to be the Kalista Leona bot lane. Oh my god, the instant response?
This would be incredible if we get the just kill lane versus kill lane in the bot side. I echo your sentiment though, Bean. I would have expected a top lane pick here for TLC. Since they already have the counter pick, they can save the bot lane counter pick for themselves and see what DSG wants to go for. But okay, you call this boring. I still think it's exciting. I'm a fan of the Kai'Sa Nautilus combination. As you are able to assassinate backlines pretty quickly, and we do get a little spice with Brand. You look to burn down that tree.
I mean, DSG's comp is just all about the death ball, Kangas. The only real maybe concern is that all your engage is on Poom. He needs to be on point with those dredge lines, with those ultimates. But if he's able to set things up, you combine that with that damage coming through from the Kai'Sa and Corki later on into the game. You will rip this TL roster to shreds.
And Beat, I want to, ask you a question here. What's scarier than Ivern with 280 carries?
I mean, I don't know if I'm ready to
Do
call...
we think Ivern with 3?
I know where you're going with. I don't know. It feels wrong to call Twisted Fate a marksman, but I guess like he kind of is.
Basically
and
a marksman,
on
right?
All right, fair enough. But yeah, the idea is definitely there.
Yeah.
But I think TLC's comp, especially with this TF locked in, you do have team fight options. You do have a lot of early game lane options. I mean, mid, bot, maybe top even is pushing. So I'm expecting Keel to get very aggressive into this early game.
Yep.
And I think that's going to be really important because mid to late game, I'm leaning DSG's way just a little bit. I think TLC really want to hit the ground running in this game 1 in hopes that they get a gold lead so they can take it to a win.
Look, anytime I see a Twisted Fate locked in for a top laner, it immediately changes how the team can approach the game. If they look for picks before fights happen, the TF allows for that. It also allows for more split pushing options, whereas like you identified for DSG, feels like death ball, feels like team fight, group up around the objectives and try and just fight their way through TLC. So a lot of this is going to come down to Jenkins now. I feel like he's got a bit of main character pressure right now for the team. If he can perform on this TF, this is a huge tool, very creative that TLC can approach this game with. But if he's getting picked in the side lanes, if he's in bad positions, or just trying to front to back with the rest of the team, might not work out as well for them. So it's all going to come down to the approach for TLC's top laner.
Yeah, right. I mean, we can give that quick shout out to Jenkins just for being a player who I think last year he actually got a good amount of, flame from players, even as early as spring this year for being a 3-trick. I believe it was Kennen, Warwick, and probably Rumble. Yeah, those were the 3 champions. I love the Warwick
call out.
Of course, he's got that dog.
The Warwick top laner. He's got that dog.
Yeah. But he got a lot of flame for it. But I think it's really cool to see that, like, he's showing us what he could really play, expanding that champ pool a little bit. I look back at their series last week. He had a monstrous game on Camille. He's playing the Twisted Fate now. And it's not to say that he really had champ pool issues, but it's really cool that, he was getting that flame. And now look at that. He's winning on other champs. He's silencing the haters, Kangas. And isn't that what we all want?
Exactly. And I mean, Jenkins is a player that we've seen around for quite a while. He's made it to the LCS and kind of jumped back and forth between the 2 leagues. But one of those areas of growth that we always look for in a player is that ability to expand the champ pool and have different play styles. Is he just that Kennen 1-trick? Not anymore. He has the ability to pilot different champions. And now the Twisted Fate, like I had said, a lot of onus is going to be on him to perform well here. And I am seeing that we have the LCS raid coming in. Welcome, everybody, from the LCS to the NACL, North American Challengers League, Tier 2. Future of LCS starts after the LCS. There we go. That's the tagline, right?
Yeah.
How'd I do, Beat?
You're doing great. And you know what? You're also right because the LCS is over. We're officially after the LCS, about to go into our first game. Again, a lot of you are just joining us. If you aren't aware, we are running full Fearless. So I hope you like the champs.
Fearless!
I hope you enjoy seeing them in this game 1 because they're donezo for the rest of the series after this.
Exactly. And for everybody coming in for the first time, let us know, which logo do you like more, DSG or TLC?
Real.
Or if you want, instead you can predict based on how you feel the draft went. Which composition do you believe in more? Are you a Disguise fan? Are you a Team Liquid Honda Challengers fan? Spam it in chat. Let us know who you're supporting. Right now, pretty 50-50 as the teams take to the Rift. Early focus for TLC on the top half of the map. It won't drop any wards down on the bottom side, but there's no invades from either team.
Yeah, I want to take a moment just to talk about the war going on in chat. I'm watching the percentages. Favor TLC, favor DSG. We were dead even for a couple of seconds. Like, this is unreal.
Yeah, spam DSG, spam TLC. That's how you do it. You don't need to get a poll. You don't need to do anything fancy. Just let us know with 3 little letters who you're supporting.
Oh, God.
I want to take some time to talk about the early game here and set up expectations, Beat. When we look at these junglers, Brand, Power, Clear seems to be the name of the game. The Brand, the Karthus, the Zyra, all these AP junglers coming in. What do we feel about the Ivern? Is this going to be able to match the speed of a Clear as a Brand has?
So it is going to be, if Keel does it properly, which he does play the champ, it will be very, very fast Clear, very much like the Brand, the Karthus, and things like that. The thing I'm interested in and what I was alluding to in draft is because you have a couple of lanes with priority. You can see Keel now trying to prep some of his camps so that he can pretty much collect them later on. I want to see if he's going to go for the invade because, with that smite, it's so easy for you to steal away camps. I think that's something that Ivern is best at compared to other junglers because there's really no counterplay, Kangas. If he has the smite up, That camp's not yours anymore. I'm sorry.
And like you were talking about, basically 3 ranged lanes that he's playing around means that it's unlikely Yukino will go for an engage, or rather an invade onto Keel. One of the weaknesses of the Ivern is that you do have to prep these camps, as he's already done so right now. We'll go back up towards the top, so we'll see the Ivern like jungle clear graph of how quickly he's able to get the camps looks so funny, because it's like nothing for the first 2 minutes of the game,
and then they're gone.
Then suddenly they all start coming in because he has to pre-prep them.
Yep.
But does still clear very fast. Make sure that you're staying updated, by the way, everybody. If you're interested in supporting Tier 2 NACL and you have not already, go follow the YouTube channel. We have content going up on there. Make sure that you follow in here on Twitch as well. We are actually co-streaming to both right now, or rather streaming to both right now. You can also support us on X at Watch NACL. Always appreciate the support, everybody. You also get emotes if you subscribe, by the way.
Yeah, they're great emotes, by the way.
LCS can't say that.
They're true. Yeah, something to look out for. And Kangas, I want to quickly say, like, you nailed that, man. They should like let you guest on LCS or something, because you're really good at this stuff.
Nah, I don't know if I got it.
You know, you don't think so? You're so humble, man.
Maybe I'll do interviews or something.
Okay.
Top lane shoving in, though, for Jenkins right now, as he does have priority there. It could be a scuttle fight as Keel's heading up towards the top side. Yukino's spotted on this ward. But now a collapse. Yukino's got to be careful. He's actually pathing very respectfully, very carefully. This should guarantee the crab over to Keel.
It's going to be nice and easy. Wise of Yukino to just kind of show up, make his presence known to make sure that Roamer and Keel wouldn't be able to use their timer to make some kind of play onto Tenacity, because he is running the Ghost on this Rumble instead of the Teleport. Usually it's between Ignite and Teleport. I don't actually see the Ghost pretty often, but considering this is a comp where you are going to have a little bit of a time, a little bit of a difficult time staying on top of people, the Ghost does make sense to me.
Yeah, I don't know. Knowing Tenacity, this almost feels just like he doesn't respect Jenkins. He's like, nah, I'm just going to run this guy down and kill him. Because if you don't have a gold card up, you throw it out, try to go for a trade, and then just pop that Ghost, run down the Twisted Fate. There is a chance you can just kill him. Jenkins also has a decent amount of respect with that exhaust, so I don't know if that's actually going to work for Tenacity. Will help get on top of the back line, but like you said, without that teleport means less global opportunities for plays.
Yeah, and I mean, Jenkins, because he is playing that Twisted Fate, he will have that opportunity, so something to look out for later on into the game. And now you're seeing, too, not a whole lot of action thus far. I think Keel, he does have that ward down that Roamer placed earlier on Yukino's Raptors camp, just to see if there's an angle for him to steal it away. But instead, just going to take advantage of the priority he has, and he's just going to be able to double crab Yukino.
2 crabs picked up. Dragon spawning right now as Yukino will pass up to the top side of the map. Not necessarily unexpected based on the jungle champs pick. These are not necessarily high ganking, high octane, high action junglers. They do like to take some time to farm up. And now that the first neutral objective is on the map, we could start to see some action. Otherwise, it's going to be down to the solo laners as we do see action here. Jenkins uses the exhaust. Used by Tenacity. No one's going to go down, but they were looking to scrap, and now Tenacity might have to burn Flash as well, depending on how aggressive Keel and Kimdown get here, but walks away, knows that Leona's in the neighborhood.
Yeah, I mean, Tenacity, he's just going to have to pay his respects and back out. It's a nice roam timer from Kimdown to get there first and make sure he's, has to back off. Hey, worst case, he has the Equalizer as well to help him clear that wave out really quickly. And now we're just looking. You're seeing this push for vision to set up for the grubs, but Kimdown might be in a little bit of a spot.
Yeah, they don't know exactly where Kimdown is, but they have a guess. Dredge line misses, so now Kimdown says, I can go in. Damage focused on Poom. That is the front line. This is ideal for DSG. And they actually push back DLC. A little surprised that Team Liquid wasn't more willing to take a fight there if they had the cooldown advantage and pump more damage into Poom. But either way, it's looking like the grubs picked up by DSG's jungler. No response from TLC.
Yeah, and I think part of it is because TLC left spawn on that bottom side of the map. So they made a presence, they made it look like there was going to be an angle for them, and DSG brought up the whole squad, basically, to help secure those grubs. And in the meantime, Spawn had some free time on the bottom lane. He got himself at least a plate from what we saw, and it's going to allow this Kalista, who does want to be very strong and dominant early on, to be able to do exactly that with the extra gold. Okay, plate's not there yet, but surely, any moment.
Chunk from Spawn. I thought maybe Kimdown would look for something aggressive under the turret, but Spawn doesn't immediately shove the wave in, so Doesn't seem like that is their game plan. Level 6 for Yukino. Brand Ultimate will do a lot of damage, and Keel is still racing to level 6. So DSG actually have a small window here. They could look to make something happen. Neither team has been super willing to pull the trigger yet. Eventually, you imagine they're going to have to fight each other.
One day.
That did seem to be the name of the game for the composition, at least for DSG. But also, if they're just gifted objectives, they'll take them. Right now, they're not interested in checking this dragon. TLC could just get a free objective for themselves.
And this is pretty expected given the priority you have mid and bot lane, especially now. Level 6, really impactful for Keel. You have that Daisy, the sixth person on the roster, to be able to help you out in these team fights. So it's something DSG aren't really ready to fight for just yet. And it's nice for TLC because, again, we were saying earlier, I do think they want to be the ones to find some of these early leads. And usually for teams like that, I always believe Dragon Soul is super important.
Okay. Are we getting action here? No. Never mind.
I mean, they're fighting.
This
Does
is
that
like
count?
this is like the episode in Dragon Ball where they're just yelling at each other, powering up for like 30 minutes, and then the next episode is when the fight's about to happen.
I mean,
so just stay put, everybody. It's coming.
I really feel like
in a little bit.
This may not be the best time for this, but there's nothing going on. I think that meme is over-exaggerated. Like, if anyone actually watched Dragon Ball, like, you'd know those episodes during the Frieza saga, like, they weren't that long, okay? It didn't really take that long.
I have something I need to get off my chest.
All
I'm
right.
not really proud of. I've only watched the abridged.
You know what? I can respect that. The abridged is so funny. But also, maybe watch the original show. Oh my god, I know those guys.
I didn't even know we had this graphic. This is awesome.
Now I know why they wanted a picture.
You know what? That does explain why I got a random DM about that. Look how happy we are.
Dude.
All right. Well, I'm happy that you didn't judge me too much, because sometimes, anytime I bring that up, people like immediately get on me about it. But
I'm not really a Puritan about like anything, so it's
I
we're
know what
good.
happens. I'm a Napa fan. All right.
Okay,
Looks like we might have a pause happening in game. 9 minutes on the clock. Still no first blood. Just a trade of objectives early on here. So while we wait to hear what is going on and what the reason for the pause was, gives us a chance to just kind of, talk more about the teams and expectations for them coming in. We had talked at the beginning, but now that we have some LCS fans probably sticking around, let's talk about Team Liquid Honda Challengers and the expectations for this team coming in. Compared to how good they looked in that week 1, where would you power rank them compared to the rest of the teams in the league? And do you think they over or underperformed based on that in week 1?
Oh, like where did I have them before the league started?
Yeah. Before seeing any tape, just knowing that they're kind of running it back from spring and how their spring run ended.
I had them second. That was my guess.
Okay. And for everybody at home, they got top 3 at least in playoffs.
Yeah, they finished third.
But they finished 6th in the regular season. Lower than expectations there, but still had a pretty good playoff run.
Yeah. Like just for the record, like the way I had the top 3 in my mind was like FlyQuest, TLC, and then Dragonsteel, who were Maryville if you were watching last split. And to answer your second question, do I think they overperformed? No, I think given my expectations, especially surrounding AoE, and having some of those players who haven't played comp for a long time or are new to comp, I kind of expected that match to go the way that it did. I expected TLC to kind of own them. So that's why we were kind of talking about early on that I think this is a better litmus test for me about where TLC really stand regarding the rest of the top teams in the league.
All right, well, then the next question is this the way you expected them to approach DSG as an opponent? This slow, calculated approach is now we actually do have some action. Bot side 2v2. Just a slow onto Tomo. Not a stun from Kim Down's ultimate, so no cleanse burned. But it has been a very slow bleed. Keel will go for another Raptor steal, and it's just been about, looking for opportunities, but not pulling the trigger too hard.
Right, and I think it's interesting to see TLC. Like, they're not going for anything too aggressive. I mean, they do want to wait and scale a little bit, spend some of their gold. The nice thing, even though I do lean DSG's way because of how I'm expecting team fights to go, double marksman with an enchanter, even if it's Ivern, is still quite strong. So, waiting for those crucial power spikes is something that I think TLC are kind of fine with. And kind of to bring it back to your previous question, that is unreal, by the way. TLC, this draft is pretty similar to a lot of what we've seen from the last spring. They were one of the few teams who would actually run Ivern with the double marksman compositions to a lot of great success as well. So I think this is well within my expectations for this team.
All right, well, let's talk about expectations for players then, because a player like Roamer, Again, we compared him to Quad coming into the day. Quad, a lot of LCS fans will know, was recently able to make that jump up to the LCS level. He played an NACL for Spring Split. Now on the LCS, it's flash away from Tenacity at the top side, and the Ghost, both Summoners Burn. But Roamer came to the NACL from Korea at the same time, and is now trying to make an argument for himself that he is able to make that jump too. But we'll get back to that point because we do have action on the Rift here. On's looking for an aggressive play at the Poom right now as the depth charge is popped up with the equalizer over top. Not a lot of damage, but now the Brand ultimate goes out there, and first blood picked up by DSG. Just like that, everybody wants some of this action. And Tomo's even jumping out to the backline, gets exhausted immediately, but will trade one. And it is at the end of the day a pretty even trade, 1 for 2 up for DSG.
And that is exactly what I'm talking about with how these fights are going to go out. Like the Pyroclasm from Yukino, it's just too perfect into TLC's composition. They want to play close together. Rover? Oh my god. They want to play really close together compared to, even though Jenkins is playing Twisted Fate, he wants to go for these flanks, these plays to side. At the end of the day, the clump is something Brand loves. It's great. His passive's going to get a lot of work done. His ult is going to get a lot of work done. And I think what we just saw is it's kind of a preview of the rest of this game, in my opinion.
That was basically a perfect fight for the Brand. I would say some of the other tools were used a little, haphazardly. As Poom on a boarding rotation, or just walking into his own bot lane, will get caught by Kimdown and Spawn, so a free kill donated over there. But here's a replay of it. So watch things like the Nautilus, like the Equalizer. Yes, the Brand ultimate's huge, but a lot of other stuff felt like it's not exactly how DSG wants to layer it, but it still worked out.
And I like the target selection from Kimdown. Brand, this Yukino on Brand is who you want to take down immediately. The problem is no one else was there. Spawn wasn't quite close enough. There was no gold card to follow it up, which is really how this comp wants to play things out. So as soon as that initial engage from this Leona doesn't work, the fight was already doomed from there.
Nice from Toma to actually get out of that situation after following up, getting the assassination kill, flashes the wall and still survives. Tomo with that killer instinct in his mind. And yeah, I mean, I feel like that's a taste for what DSG's comp will look like for the coming fights as well. We expect plays like that where they're trying to layer these ultimates on top of each other and go for these team fights. It's up to TLC to not give them that big juicy Brand Pyroclasm that will hit everybody. Can be tough to deny that, especially at these objectives, but as of right now, it does not look like they're answered on the Dragon. Yet again, DSG will just give this one over.
Yeah, and that replay gave us an idea, just a little bit, of what good fights for TLC could look like. Because again, they had that isolation onto Yukino. The setup just wasn't really there to finish it off, right? But if you do layer your damage, layer your CC, and blow someone up immediately, that is pretty good for you. I mean, look at Spawn. He is going for that lethality build on the Callista. I mean, Tristana, we know, does a lot of burst damage too, as we're seeing literally on our screens. That's the idea here. You don't want these fights to go too long because Brand, Rumble, even Kaisa, as we get later into the game, they're going to love that.
And an objective trade, top side versus bot side so far in this game. Tenacity gets caught out in the bottom river there while his team is on the Herald. So TLC finding back-to-back picks here, as DSG have been focused on getting the objectives that will help them take down turrets. They also have 6 of the Void Grubs picked up, so nice for TLC to find that. That's what I was talking about. If they can find picks before fights happen, their composition is able to hang then in the objective setups, but I think it's good for DSG to still find that window to get Herald regardless.
And now things slowing back down just a little bit. Jenkins using that opportunity that they got from the kill earlier to just get a big wave into this turret. I think it's just going to be able to get first brick off of that one, which is nice. Any gold onto damage-dealing members of TL is gold. Very happily received, Steve. And Jenkins is going to be able to get that one nice and easy.
Nice little pickup here. The Twisted Fate doing the side lane Twisted Fate things, man. I said Jenkins could be a big factor in TLC's way, if not the biggest factor in TLC's way into a victory here. Best of 3 Fearless draft. If you pick something like a Twisted Fate, you cannot pick it again. So this shows one very specific style that you get to utilize once in a series, as Roamer gets focused topside, but will jump away. It's important to highlight that in Fearless, it really, really encourages you to try stuff that is a little out of the norm and a little outside of the box as well, because you can take your opponent off guard. but you can't replicate it in the same series itself. You'll have to save
Yeah.
it for the next series that you have ahead of you.
Yeah, I know.
Okay, nice little Hex Flash, and Spawn dodges it. Herald dropped, so it looks like we will have a Siege mid.
Yeah, it's going to be really easy just to knock down this next turret. I think TLC are just going to have to back off and let it happen. The nice thing, at least, is that it's not going to actually interfere with their Drake stacking, because TLC, there's 2 minutes away from this next Drake. They're close to this Ocean Soul.
Oh.
I think given the fact that DSG...
Yeah.
Oh, hold on.
Let's go.
If he gets a
Tokyo
turret...
Drift, he's in there.
No!
He was right there. It's fine. I mean, they have the wave, but that was almost perfect. Oh, wait, maybe they won't get the turret, actually, because now Jenkins is answering here. As the gold card exhaust used as well. They're committing to teleport down, too. It's going to be Roamer, and it's only Tenacity. He's just going to get the wave, drop the equalizer, and will go down eventually. It's Roamer that picks up the kill credit. Very aggressive teleport from Roamer. He did get the top turret right before that, though.
Yeah, so you do get that gold. You do get the kill as well. I mean, the small consolation is that Tenacity realizes he's done, can at least make space for his teammates, and is going to ult the wave. So he collected that gold, and it minimizes the loss, but it's still a successful play from Team Liquid. And this is exactly how their comp wants to be playing things out. Again, now that Jenkins is ult, the Destiny has come back too. I'm expecting to see more plays like that. If not now, in and towards this top lane, maybe towards the Drake, never mind.
And it looks like this is just the name of the game, is sacrifice your life for a turret, as Jenkins will get the kill onto Young. But here comes Tomo with the outplay.
Okay.
Gets onto Jenkins in the 1v2 at the end. Young got enough damage onto Jenkins that it set up Tomo for that kill.
Yeah, still, so that move from Tomo means DSG. They're going to even things out just a little bit. But my eyes right now, they're set up for this Drake. Because Roamer used the TP, he's not going to be able to push that top lane as much as, or as far rather, as he would want to. He's going to leave it in an okay spot, and he's just going to have to start walking down very, very soon. Like you can see it, he's already channeling the recall, trying to spend what gold he can, and TLC just need to move for this Drake. What I wanted to say earlier too is Ocean Drake, because DSG wants these fights to go a little bit longer, getting Ocean Soul, I think will honestly give you a little room to breathe as Team Liquid Challenger. So something, that is something they really want.
Ocean Soul, not necessarily the most powerful dragon. It's more like
That's pretty good.
more like assembling the Namekian Dragon Balls, you know? It's like not quite as powerful.
There you
Isn't that
go.
like in the lore? Like the
No,
wishes
it's the
are
other way
strong or
around. The
something?
Namekian Dragon Balls are actually better.
Oh,
But I love that you're trying,
Again,
Steve.
I need everybody to know. I hope you watched the abridged. Yukino might be caught out right now. Knocked up, stunned up, taken down. Jenkins with the kill credit as Poom will try and utilize the Nautilus to buy some space for the team, but will also fall in his reset city for Roamer. Jumping onto Tomo, who had to flash to safety. Root lands onto Tenacity. That will get the equalizer out, not onto the wave. So TLC, they might look to siege, or they can just peel back onto this dragon. That is their third stags.
And a successful fight win for them as well. That has got to feel really good. I didn't quite miss. I kind of missed what Yukino was looking for there, but him getting caught out like that, exactly the situation. Thanks to production, we're going to go ahead and get a replay. So it's nice defensive vision. The angle was there because they clearly saw Yukino and recognized that, oh, hey, this is just a free kill, guys, no? And once he's out of the fight, I guess it's just easy.
And he just was chain CC'd. He couldn't even get Pyroclasm out. He couldn't even press W. So that was just an easy kill right there for TLC. If you are the squishy AP power farming teamfight jungler, little note, don't walk up into bushes. You don't have warning when you don't see anybody on the enemy team. Hot tip. I'm sure Yukino learned that lesson right there, as now it's back to farming. TLC will be on Dragon's Soul Point at this position. And DSG are going to have to try and start the fight for later objectives. Yes, they have the 6 grubs. Yes, they got that 1 Herald, and they've opened up the map with multiple turret takes, but the gold lead still belongs to TLC.
Right. And 2 things I want to add. I mean, 1, you're seeing power spikes come across the board for TLC. I mean, it's really important, especially that Roamer, Jenkins, they've reached that second item. Spawn is very close as well, so the damage here is so real. And something we haven't talked about. This 3 marksman comp with the Ivern, they take Baron really quick. So DSG are actually in a position where maintaining at least some semblance of vision control on the top side is really important. Because if they're not careful, if they don't respect TLC's Baron take, they'll lose it. very
Yeah.
quickly.
I mean, the Kraken Slayer on TF, the Infinity Edge Kraken Slayer on the Tristana. I mean, Callista just
That's
as
pretty
a
good.
champion. Like,
Yep.
I think they're going to take that one fast if you let them sit on it for a while. But honestly, the same can be said for DSG. Brand with a lot of that DPS through the burn, along with the Rumble on top of it. They have their own double marksman. Both of these compositions take Baron incredibly fast. So I feel like if you make the argument for one team, you can also make it for the other. But currently, TLC have so many wards in this river on the top side of the map. So DSG are going to walk up and try and clear them. But Yukino, yet again, out of position, all alone.
They got him.
Down jumps on top of him, locked him down, stunned him down twice in a row. TLC will pick out the young jungler on the enemy squad as Roamer teleports in yet again. Poom does not get the flash over the wall. That is the same two members to fall as the last play. Last time it was Dragon, but Baron, a little bit bigger prize for TLC.
TLC really starting to run away with this game, Kangas. They get another big pick on an out-of-position Yukino, and the equalizer's coming.
Equalizer. That's actually a lot of damage right there. Nice redemption to try and keep them all topped off, and actually that deals pretty much all that damage back. Jenkins gets the stun here onto Young. Young's in trouble, has to jump away. It's just damage. There's no front line. All gas, no brakes. They cannot walk up because they can't see anything in the pit. That is Barrett over to TLC.
That's Ivan for you, baby. TLC shoot their gold lead up to 3,000 gold now, and we're in that position where even though DSG have a really good comp into what TLC is running at around this stage of the game, 3,500 gold lead, it kind of trumps that, Kangas. I don't know if you were sure, but I'm here to let you know. Yeah,
I haven't done the math.
TLC
I
are
actually
really
haven't done
good.
the calculations.
And that's what I'm here for. Thank you.
Yeah, it's looking rough for DSG. Their composition relied on Poom to be that engaged. You had highlighted that at the very beginning of the draft, or rather beginning of the game from the draft. And Poom has not found the big engages where the team can then unload all that damage. It's been TLC instead finding the picks, specifically onto the members that have low mobility and low health bars.
Yeah.
And they've been rewarded for it. Let's see how much they can get done with this Baron buff. It's still early in the game. We're only 23 minutes in, so I don't expect this to be a game-ending Baron, but it can get them a monumental gold lead that is pretty much impossible to overcome.
And, of course, look at what else it can get in a minute's time. That Ocean Soul. That's so valuable into DSG's comp. They're going to be able to secure that one. It's all but guaranteed, barring a miraculous fight from DSG. Again, that pressure on Poom to be that solo engage does mean that, A, he's a solo engage, but it also means that Yukino has to be more mindful of his positions. We've seen him 3 times now get caught out of position, punished for it twice in very, very big ways. And that's because DSG kind of lacks space-creating tools, and there it is again, man.
Yeah. Yukino not having flash anymore. It's a big defensive tool, meaning that, I mean, honestly, if you're Brand, yes, getting 2 rotations of spells is going to be more impactful than 1, but as long as you can get 1 rotation of spells out in a fight, there's a chance that you've done your job, or at least as much as you can. But the problem is Yukino just hasn't even been able to get anything out so far, as Kimdown looked for the engage right there. TLC are ready to start this fight. Pyroclasm did not go out. That was only the E. As Poom has to walk forward, be that front line. They'll take down Daisy.
Daisy's
That's actually pretty nice. Daisy just buys space for TLC. They will not have that anymore. Poom hits the Q onto Kimdown, who goes straight in onto everybody. Fate's Call will keep him alive. Equalizer over the top. But Tomo, he Killer Instinct forward, but does not make it over the wall. Doesn't matter. Shut down onto Spawn. DSG found their fight. That's how their composition wants to work. Just throw out the damage and overload onto the enemy.
And that's the problem. TLC overstayed. As soon as Daisy is dead, as soon as you don't have your pick tools, you need to leave. This is a bad fight, and you can see TLC realize it when they try to pull Kim down back with the Fate's Call. But you're at this point of no return, and it becomes the only way out is through. And unfortunately, TLC were not strong enough to get through DSG this time around.
Yeah, that's a classic example. One teammate zigs, everybody else zags. That was Kimdown taking the Zenith Blade in when nobody on TLC was ready for the follow-up. And then they Fate's Call to get Kimdown out of there, but in order to get in range to do that, now they're in range of the Brandle with the Rylai's. It's going to slow them all. Brutal for TLC. They had such a lead, and now all that gold is gone. They don't get the Dragon Soul just like that. DSG are back in this game.
A huge gold swing in favor of DSG, and TLC by no means are out of the game, but it just became that much harder because of a huge loss like that. The Baron buffs they had are gone. That extra gold they could have gone by way of structures is out of the picture because of it. And now they just have to go back to what was getting them success earlier on in the game. Making picks, moving as a small 2-3-man unit, using the Destiny from Jenkins to be able to blow someone up and get yourself a numbers advantage.
Yeah, let's see if they can do it again, is the question for DSG. That was a great fight. It's what the composition wants to do. That's the ideal scenario. You can't bank on ideal scenarios in a game like League of Legends. Quite often you got to make them yourself, or you got to improvise on the fly. And again, improvising against something like an Ivern that's dropping down this vision block in the middle of the lane that you're not used to. Things like the TF, they can push a lane and then group up with a team you might not be as used to. Can be tough for comps like DSG, especially players on DSG. Maybe not the most experience to actually be able to pilot and pull off. But so far, they are keeping the fight up. They have not given up this game. They're fighting tooth and nail to keep themselves in it and getting themselves back into the conversation.
Yeah, that's right. And remember, DSG, last week, something I actually had forgotten to bring up at top of the show, Steve, is that they had a sub. Poom wasn't available, and they actually had Kitong subbing in that support role. We know, even in the previous iteration of this roster, that Poom, a big voice on the team. So clearly it has had a big impact having him back, kind of like we were guessing, speculating when we saw there was a sub last week.
And also, it's Tomo playing with the intended support here in Poom. As we'll get back to that, we have a teleport coming in. Roamer on a big flank. Young teleporting in as well. No, Young just teleported top side. Young doesn't actually have it, so this is going to be a 5v4 in favor of TLC if they can get onto DSG, but Roamer's not confident enough to go in. Has a buster shot, but would be all alone, no flash. That is a one-way trip. I like the look from TLC, but DSG, they were just too far away.
I will say, I do appreciate Roamer not full sending it when his team wasn't there. I think that was something we saw from time to time back in spring when Keel had told me being able to get on the same page was a bit of an issue for them as a roster. But again, they cleaned that up towards the end of spring split, finished 6th place in the regular split, and ended 3rd. And honestly, they almost beat FlyQuest.
Oh, this is scary. Got the ultimate onto Roamer, but Kim down.
He can't move.
Poom, and Poom just gets annihilated. Those Kraken Slayers made quick work of that health bar. Equalizer goes down onto nobody, not a zilch. Jenkins and Roamer positioning onto Young. Gold card lands, Young's got to jump away, but Roamer's right on top of him. As he gives explosive shots. Not going to quite find it. Tomo for the assassination. He will get it. Instant cleanse. Jenkins wins the 1v1 on the side with a massive shutdown. While TLC were taking the fight in the top river. Young's got to jump away. Yukino still full health. Might be able to push him off of this Baron, but TLC, they want to start it up.
They still have 2 marksmen here with Jenkins and Spawn, so there is an angle to start this one off. But Jenkins, yeah, his health is low. You're 50 seconds away from what could be Team Liquid's Ocean Soul. So they're going to go ahead and back off. But let's take a look at this one. And the fact that they got Poom for basically nothing, only a little damage onto Spawn and Kim down, it is a great start here, especially with the redemption coming in to kind of heal everyone back up. But, and again, these long fights, they still favor DSG. They still have so much damage.
Yeah.
Just damage over time, so much DPS. And at the end, that's what won out.
These are some of the most lethal fights, man. Like, what's the biggest health bar that we have on either team? It's the supports. Supports are not known for stacking tank items. They get like their Warmogs in this meta, and they are happy to have at least that. They will not find much more after that fact. They can't absorb that much damage. And like you said, there's so much damage to go around. They're putting it onto Tenacity. That's flash out of the Rumble. Jenkins, Destiny's forward, has the gold card, stuns him up. Roamer with the damage will flash forward and guarantees that kill. Can he get out?
Nice
Rocket jump over the wall. Tomo looking for more. Does not have the ultimate available. Poom does have the engage. Massive knockup onto everybody on the back line. DSG can start pumping that damage. Yukino can throw out that Pyroclasm. And that'll be 1 picked up. Heal for Poom and Tenacity. DSG trade down, but they still have priority in the mid wave.
Yeah, this is a tough call, though. They are up in numbers. They still have all of their marksmen. So TLC looking like they want to try and bait. They don't have a jungler, though. Surely they're looking for the play. Jenkins has the RFC gold
is in
card.
trouble. Tomo from the bush just assassinates him, and we'll look for even more. Tomo, the hero that DSG needed. will make quick work of TLC. That's a triple kill.
They tried to force this fight. They pulled the Baron just so DSG would walk into them. But they end up losing their chance at Baron, losing yet another chance at Soul, and it's looking like they've lost their chance here in game 1. DSG starting to pull ahead now. They've shot up to a 3,000 gold lead. They have the Baron buff in their pocket, and you can see it. TLC's base is already exposed. One more good fight, and DSG are going to take this.
Moments like that are where the team goes back into VOD review the next day and says, oh no, what were we doing, man? No smite, Keel was down. They didn't have enough of a front line. Their health bars were low. They didn't have vision on where DSG was. That was not a moment to be on Baron, and TLC are heavily punished for that. DSG will get the Baron. They're going to get another dragon here, delaying that soul, and they are fully in the driver's seat here, Beat. DSG had to weather a bit of a storm, but they weathered it well.
They came out on the other side, clean as a whistle, because you can see it now. Stacking Ocean Drakes, that's no small thing, Kangas. That bit of healing over time, it really starts to add up, and the more that they get, the more difficult these long fights are going to be for TLC. I mean, that's why I stressed that getting this soul would be super important for them. So now, DSG have Baron in their hands. They're slowing the approach of this wave to try and sync it up with the mid wave in hopes that they can threaten this mid and bot inhibitor so they can get close to closing the book on game 1.
No turret to defend here. TLC will have to just give up that inhibitor. They have the brushes to play with, but Poom's able to just body walk in there and push everybody from TLC out. Yukino even picked up a Banshee's Veil here, so has the spell shield available. Just knocked off right there. And they're starting to hit these Nexus turrets. What does TLC have in the tank? They find the engage onto Yukino. Big stun, locked down.
Wow.
Get some damage out, but that is a huge pick. Not only onto 1, but onto 2. Poom falls as well. And it does see from Jenkins. Oh, he is deep behind the enemy lines. He buys so much time and even gets out of there. Equalizer goes down. Flash forward from Kim down, trying to lock down the members. Gets out to tenacity. Will fall for it. Tomo, yet again, going for the hero play in a 1v4. Tomo! What is this? How are you doing it? Another triple kill to the AD carry, and DSG just won this game off of back-to-back hero plays from Tomo.
I think we can guess who our player of the game is going to be, Kangas, because DSG clutch it out big time, and it's all because of Tomo in the back half of that fight. TLC given their first loss in Challengers League Summer.
What a performance from this guy. Comes in from the LCS. The team goes from 10 to 8 teams, and we're like, is Tomo one of those players that's got that question mark above his head? Would he still be in that league, or is he an NACL player? Performances like that, pretty strong argument, everybody. Whew. Let's take another look at that. I believe we have a replay set up. I got to see that again because it started off so good for TLC. They get 2 picks to start this off.
I got to give TLC some really quick credit. The way they've been playing some of these fights, really fast, really explosive, and then they back away and set up the next play. And you can see it, like this all looks so calculated, it all looks so good. But Tenacity is able to buy time in his own right. Tomo, I mean, plays this one out really nicely here. The cleanse, the ult, everything. He's able to get so much damage out in this team fight, and he's able to live long enough to just do what Kaisa does in the late game.
Oh, what a crazy performance, man. He even picks up the kill right at the very end. So he's 10, 1, and 7.
It's pretty good.
17 KDA. It was a slow start to the game, but what a finish from this guy. One of the big pickups for DSG coming into the year, and I think Tomo's making a very strong argument for himself, or rather into the summer. Manui being the starting AD carry for the team in spring, and now Tomo showing up here saying, yeah, guys, I got a pretty quick trajectory to get back to a league that I was just in a couple months ago.
Yeah, a really good look for Tomo, especially after how tough things were for him and DSG towards the end of last week in the series against Furic Starforge. So a really nice bounce back, especially once he's back with, you know, his one true support in Poom down in the bottom lane. And it seems like things are really starting to work out there for DSG.
And I'm happy you highlighted a bit of last week. In that game, too, got picked and kind of was the reason that they lost from a position where they should have been able to actually fight back and maybe close out that game. So it's good to see comeback here for Toma. But with that said, can he keep the momentum going forward? Because it is a best-of-3 series. We'll find out after this short break. Hello and welcome back, everybody, to the NACL. DSG just took down TLC in Game 1 of their best-of-3 series off of the back of an insane performance from one specific member, Tomo. What a pop-off, man.
It was unreal, especially those last couple of team fights. And his Kaisa went a little crazy, and it's a good thing it did, because remember, Steve, and anyone who's just joining us just now, we're playing full Fearless. No more Kaisa the rest of the series. TLC won't get a chance. DSG don't get another chance. That's right, it's full Fearless.
Last
split, we were just teasing you a little bit.
Yeah, it was a warm-up. It was to see if we could actually, do it. And now we're like, oh yeah, we got it.
They could take it.
And now that means no more Corki Tristana either, which I think is the big one. Because a lot of Corki Tristana has been played globally, especially at the top levels, but we won't see it from either side going forward, which means that the mid lane pool is suddenly going to open up much more. I'd say bot lane, we saw less popular picks. I haven't been seeing as much Kaisa, as much Kalista. But maybe some of that had to do with the bans. We did see things like the Ziggs, the Ashe ban, even the Ezreal. But we can actually take a look at the updated Fearless bans for this best-of-3 series. Neither team can lock in any of the 10 champions that you see on your screen. And again, I think the most impactful is the Tristana Corki, but outside of those, Beat, what are the other big takeaways here that are no longer available this series?
Nautilus, Leona, those are kind of the premier supports I think that we're seeing at pretty much every level of play when it comes to engaged supports. I mean, there's still plenty of other options. There's Alistar, there's Poppy if you're really spicy with it. So I think that we definitely still have plenty of really strong champs to go through. I think it's, again, when we get to those later stages, especially in playoffs, where we have so many more best-of-5s, that's when full Fearless, it's going to get crazy, man.
Best-of-5 full Fearless is going to be insane. Even so much so that we had to adjust how the bans work later on in the series. Teams lose bans as the best-of-5 series goes on. That's going to be in the future for us, though, once we get into the playoff scenario. Right now, it is still just best-of-3 regular season, so fret not, everybody. But we are into pick and ban, so already a couple taken off the table. We're going to add some to the mix. Seems like ones that were already banned in that first game. Oftentimes in these Fearless situations, we don't see that much adaptation in the ban phase itself.
I'll be honest, Steve, even in the before we went to Fearless, first three rotation, like the first rotation of bans, those first 3 bans are usually pretty much the same thing in most of any given meta that we've seen. So this isn't too surprising.
I'm trying to remember what the other one was. I believe Ziggs was in the second rotation of bans from TLC, but I wonder if they would prioritize it a little bit earlier now that things like Kalista and Kaisa are taken off the table. I could imagine DSG going for that. Maybe not Blue 1. Yeah. But we'll see.
Depends what's available, because the idea, too, is that you had an 80 mid at the time, so you could afford to go for a mage in the bot lane. And now we kind of need to see how everything's going to shake out.
Instead, it's Yukino's Vi taken off the table, one of his most played champions. Loves that one, but Skarner is up.
Well, guys,
okay.
I don't want to be that guy, but Skarner is the best champ on the patch. So, congratulations, DLC. It was DSG 2-0. We can pack it up, gang.
I don't think we have the Skarner, like the Captain Flowers dancing in the Skarner GIF. I don't think we have that.
No, probably not. That would be cool though.
Yeah, we should see if we can get that for future weeks. Maybe we could get you in a Skarner suit instead.
I would do it.
Yeah, we'll just do our own NACL version. But either way, Liga Skarner is hitting the rift here for NACL.
Yeah, and the Lucian and Volibear pickup. I mean, the Volibear is the more interesting one. I've heard little bits about how strong this champion is right now. I do need to see what build he's going for at the moment. But apparently it is quite a good champion. I mean, already you see focus into these champs that are a little better earlier on into the game. And I'm just looking at the other side. Azir, pretty good mid to late game champion. And I'm looking at Skarner, really great champion, no matter what point of the game. Really good.
And
really cool.
Zyra jungle locked in as well. That's exciting. We already had the Brand.
Yeah.
And we had the Ivern, technically an AP champion. So it's all AP junglers all day here. Volibear is exciting, though. We can talk about that in a moment, but real quick, I want to update everybody. The scores that you see below the team names, I believe, are the series scores that they have coming into the week. DSG is up 1-0 in this series itself right now. Udyr locked in alongside that Volibear. So does that mean it's actually a Volibear jungle?
Yeah. Oh, sorry. Did I not specify? I did mean like Volibear jungle when I saw that one locked in. That is what I expected. So the Udyr is an interesting one. I mean, we just have 2 never die champions in the top lane, so that's going to be really boring. But they're frontline for the team, and I guess that's what matters. I'm concerned with TLC's ability to do damage. I'm just going to say it straight to you. So at this point, maybe this is a Lucian mid. We have seen that one pop up a little bit with AD mids being so popular, but then you're kind of lacking on magic damage. You know, we'll see what goes through.
Yeah,
TLC,
Lucian into
add
Azir
damage,
is also
please.
interesting. Yeah, they don't have anything that's really going to burn down the Skarner as of right now. They will need at least like consistent DPS. Lucian not the best at it. Maybe Jenkins is going to go for like an AP build if he wants to go for like a Leandries or something like that.
Sure.
I actually don't know how much he likes to prioritize the newer items. He was played a lot at the beginning of the year, and Jenkins was one of the biggest pilots of that Udyr pick when the season first started. So not out of the wheelhouse, but will be interesting to see how it matches up into the Skarner. We have 80 carry bans from TLC with Felios and Varus taken off the table. And then they don't want Nami with Lucian, and they don't want to give Yone up from DSG's side.
And that's what I was about to say, was they just did not expect the Lucian mid, and they did want to absolutely deny that combo on the bot side. So it is going to be that Jinx coming through, and we're just going to save that support for the last pick. We needed DPS, and honestly, TLC's comp was lacking a little bit in range, so I think this is a pretty good answer. I think the only thing really missing is that you need some hard engage. You need to close the gap a little bit.
Yes, something to also create space for the Jinx. They have the Udyr and the Volibear actually, so maybe they don't need it that much. An Enchanter could also be on the table.
Possible.
I'm thinking of things that can buff the Jinx because her rocket form can play pretty well out of range of the Zyra. Can struggle maybe into things like the Senna if there's these big tanks running in front of her. The Azir can look for the shuffles, but you're right that the range and the DPS is pretty big for the Jinx.
I'm wondering if it's... I wonder if it's an Enchanter angle too. Like, we could see the Milio come through since TLC's comp's not exactly, doesn't really have any real hard engage. That was an angle I could have seen, but instead they want to go for the Rakan. We love go buttons, guys. And we are getting word then, we're seeing it on our screen, it's actually Volibear top, not Volibear jungle.
So I know that Keel has piloted the Volibear in the past, but on current patch, I've been seeing a decent amount of Volibears top lane. I don't know what the win rate is actually, but I've been seeing a lot of like AP Volibears. Have you run into any of those?
I haven't run into them, but I've heard from people that there's some, I don't know the full like build of it, but there's some weird tech with the new rune Jack of all trades, Rod of Ages.
You're going for the Navori Flicker Blade with the Rod of Ages. You just get all the stats that you need for the Jack of all trades. Volibear is one of those champions that can kind of abuse that combo.
Many different stats.
Yeah, because Navori Flicker Blade, your attacks reduce your non-ultimate ability cooldowns.
Yes.
Which is kind of crazy if you're somebody like Volibear
really
who just has a stun with an auto attack reset, and now suddenly that's like a big cooldown taken off of there. So it's kind of scary, but it can be punished. More handles into the Skarner, the best champion currently in League of Legends. PSG 1-0 in the series. Looking to end this one quick. TLC hoping that a very unique take on draft will pilot them to victory.
Man, I'm just racking my brain, Kangas, on what this top lane matchup is going to look like. And, you know, I'm just not even going to guess. I'm going to let it play out. We're going to see what happens.
Yeah, we'll let the players decide that one. Other quick things to note, I'm looking at the traditional builds here for the Volibear. I'm seeing more press the attacks than the grass. Maybe this is just a meta read into the Skarner, as there's an early flash out from Young with a late invade from TLC. And they push out PSG from their own jungle. Young is going to go for a reset here. Should be able to catch the wave in time. Actually, will he? Yeah, I mean, you really don't want to TP at this point in the game, so pretty big for TLC to find that summoner spell.
Yeah, it does mean there is that point of focus, for Keel in the early game. He finds an opportunity to path mid, help Roamer get that kind of advantage. And
they're still going for the invade right now. TLC never gave up. They committed the vision down, and boom! Now going to regret being in this side of town. Hard shoved back. We'll have to go for a reset and then TP to the bot wave. That is brutal.
And now Keel has an opportunity. It's looking like he's going to be able to at least take this red buff, and I'm wondering if it's just going to be a completely vertical clear, where he's just going to go ahead and split the map and try and keep Yukino off of this bottom side as much as possible.
Yeah.
And I mean, it is nice when you're playing against these farm-fast AP junglers. Messing with their first clear is actually a really good way to get them off tempo.
A lot of trades happening down here in the bot 2v2. I think the big thing is Keel, you don't have to go for all the camps.
Yeah.
The big thing is you slowed the Zyra down. Scary for a Zyra to actually invade you. She's kind of squishy, but if you go for a Roam here in the mid lane, misses the Strangle Thorns. Roamer's able to jump away from that one. Just take some damage without burning Flash. But Yukino will actually path bot, doesn't go for the invade on the Raptors, and will only have one camp to clear. This heavily puts behind the Zyra. The strength of this pick is how fast you can clear.
Yep.
You kind of need camps to clear in order to abuse that.
That's some stunning analysis there, Steve. We should trade roles for a while and see what happens. But, I mean, yeah, Keel, it's tough. If you run into the Udyr, you are dead 100% of the time. So Yukino kind of just has to suffer with what camps Keel has allowed him to have. But the nice thing is, if Yukino is able to get the respawn of his Raptors, he won't end up falling too far behind. So I'm looking for Keel to keep an eye on that timer and try and deny that camp away from him as well.
Yeah, if Keel has the backup of the solo laners, that'll help as well. Remember, there's no flash on Young, and Roamer has been heavily pushing this wave in. I think Roamer is playing the same game plan as Keel of, I need to be able to rotate an answer if Yukino goes for an invade, but actually going for a back here, still hit by the root. Gets out just fine. Now Keel finds Yukino. Flash is available. Will he have to burn it? Stun goes down, damage is in, but Roamer can't get in range, so it's actually Keel that might need to be careful here.
He's
the cooldown's coming back up for Yukino.
Kangas.
Roamer's also chunked.
Kangas, I just want you to know something, especially in the early lane phase. Just a personal rule I have surrounding Udyr.
Gotcha.
If you think he's about to die, no, he's not.
Okay, that's actually
just to save you some trouble, you know.
I appreciate that. Save
I got
some
you.
breath.
Yeah, you know, I could just tell you're straining yourself over concern for Keel. He's fine, man.
Syllable economy is important, everybody.
I didn't know that was a thing, but you're welcome.
Yeah, syllable economy.
Okay.
You never heard that concept? I guess it's more of a play
never
concept than a color caster concept, but okay, fair enough. Keel continuing the invade strategy. We'll get 2 camps on the bot side at the early levels, and now going for the top clear. And that means Yukino's going to be even further behind. If you want to do what Yukino should do after this game, which is go back, VOD review, look at your jungle path, and you can check out the YouTube channel where all the VODs will be uploaded. You just saw it at the bottom of your screen. Now it's gone. I got the plug-in too late. But either way, go follow us on YouTube. Go follow us on X as well. Lots of content coming your way.
Yeah, the nice thing is, you know, it's just NACL. We just have to tell them, and it'll be an easy thing for them to look up. And that's the nice thing about this recent name change. It's easy to find on YouTube, on Twitch, wherever.
It's not LCS Challengers.
Nope.
It's not It's not Academy, guys.
No, it's definitely not Academy.
It hasn't been Academy for a couple years.
Yep.
Somebody let the orgs know. As bot side, engage onto Tomo. That is Ignite used. Barrier's still up, though, so Tomo is fine. And no kill comes through from either side.
You have a nice bit of pressure, honestly, on the mid and bot side, very much like TLC had in that first game when Keel was playing the Ivern. And you could see him playing this one out nicely as well, just denying some of these respawn camps away from Yukino, harassing him and building this farm lead. Keel is a player who I always really appreciated for how well he played these farming styles, whether it was champs like the Udyr, whether it's Karthus or any one of those things. He's very efficient with his clear, and he knows what junglers want to do. He's really good at capitalizing on that and denying resources to get himself ahead.
And also, he's going for the AP build on the Udyr, so he's going to farm very fast. Young gets chunked down from Roamer right there, who uses the culling. Even jumping forward for more. A lot of damage onto Young. As the Dragon started up, bot lane, we're still fighting each other. Knock up here onto Poom. Flash available. He's going to have to use it to survive this one. Does Spawn look for more? One more rocket might just have it. Not enough range. Tomo sends Poom invisible, and Spawn couldn't get close enough.
And still, so much pressure coming through as Spawn and Kim down in that bottom lane. I mean, this is a duo that has some pretty, some up and down moments. It was definitely tough for them early on in the spring split earlier this year. I might need to hold that thought, Keel.
Yukino's trying to do the Zyra thing, where you're just able to take these neutral objectives lightning fast, but Keel's actually here fast enough to prevent the 3 from being taken. Yukino will get 2 of them. Set himself up for the second take.
Yeah, so there will be that option for Keel to deny the 4-grub buff, where you do get the little voidlings or Twitch chatters or whatever we agreed to call them. I can never remember.
Yeah, Joshi's on that Twitch chatter train. I kind of like it.
I'm fine with, you know what? I'm fine with Twitch chatters. We can lock that in.
All right. And that will be spawning in a couple minutes here. 4 minutes for that Dragon. Still no kills from either side. Similar to game 1, but we have seen them scrap a little bit more than they did in that game 1. When we look at kind of the power level of each team, do we see any clear windows where one of these teams is going to have an advantage over the other one? And how do you see them utilizing that going forward into this game?
Yeah, I'm looking for TLC more so than DSG right now, partially because Keel is really set Yukino behind a little bit. You don't usually get the echoes on Zyra this late, so it's been a little tough for him early on. I mean, you have champs like Lucian, who has spiked pretty hard early on, and I'm kind of expecting once Roamer gets to that one item, that we're seeing TL maybe look for more aggressive plays. I mean, TL are okay in this game position too, where they continue to stack Drakes, use that mid and broad pile like they did in game 1, so they might just go ahead and do that too.
You see the Z-axis saving Kim down right there. Sound of W not quite landing. But also, I mean, you talk about Roamer having the power spike of the one item, Lucian taking a bit of a pit stop here as he picks up some magic resist along the way. This will delay that initial power spike for favor of surviving lane, as Kim down might not survive this one. Has to flash away, call the Forge God used. Will it snipe? It does! Choo-choo, first blood picked up by Pooh.
Yeah, Ornn first blood's usually not on my bingo card, Kangas, but it's a nice play from Yukino, setting himself up in the bush. And it does mean that now, Spawn, is he in trouble?
Yeah. Roamer's here, Keel is here, but Roamer doesn't want to commit to the play. They actually had a short window there where they had a numbers advantage.
That's not really going to end up happening. I think Keel's just there to cover, to make sure the dive doesn't happen on Spawn, because he didn't have flash. It would have been a guaranteed play, and at least you maintain the Jinx presence on the map so that Spawn can continue farming and become that late game carry we're kind of expecting from him. TLC, overall, I had not a great start to give Ornn that first kill, but there are worse people to pick up that gold, Kangas. So it's not doom and gloom yet. You still have the Drake stacking to play for like we saw before, and now I'm watching to see how TLC are going to set up for that in a minute's time.
Oh, Jenkins.
Oh.
Got a bit in the top side here. Has Keel coming. That's a big health bar. Yukino might not have enough. They're going to turn the focus on the Zyra eventually, I have to imagine. But Keel gets heavily chunked with the Dawning Shadow over the top from Tomo.
Oh. Jenkins?
Still alive, flashes away. Jenkins might be able to turn this. The Volley Bear doing a lot of work as Roamer will join in on the fun. Flashes forward for Yukino, won't get him, but will get Tenacity. Now Keel looking at Young, flash out from the Azir. TLC turn the play around, but Young just barely at the end gets the kill on the Keel.
Oh, I actually missed how that ended up happening. So it ends up being an even play. You're honestly kind of happy with that one if you're DSG, all things considered, especially getting Keel off of the map. We're going to see this one again. Yukino starting to have more of that map impact, putting pressure onto Jenkins. And we're coming back to mid lane, actually. I lied to you guys. I'm sorry.
Yeah, we might get another chance to look at that in a second here, but I want to highlight something that it takes so long to kill these frontliners, man. TLC,
it does.
Volley Bear, and Udyr just surviving for an eternity up there.
Yeah.
Yes, we were saying initially there wasn't a lot of damage. Okay, never mind. We'll get back to that point as Young does not have the flash available, does not have the Emperor's available, does not have teammates nearby, and's got a big Angry Bear on top of him. Jenkins picking up a solo kill.
And that gives Keel that perfect opportunity to just stack these next couple of grubs. In fact, if he gets all three, it's TLC who are going to be the ones who have access to the Twitch chatters and the ability to take down structures that much easier. I think Jenkins, especially with the build we're expecting him to go, and from what we've seen so far, he's a pretty solid duelist. So I'm expecting him to make full use of that in the side lane later on.
Will only get stronger around the 2-item spike. That's the big one for the Volley Bear with the Jack of all trades. Here's another look at that replay.
There it is. Yeah, and you see Roamer and Yukino go flash for flash, but in the end, it was good because TLC were able to, at first, walk away for the 1-for-1. But, you know, the damage from the plants, the damage from Young in the end, Keel not really respecting it, so it ends up being an even trade.
Yeah. Keel just walks up a little too far.
Just a touch.
Slowed down by Zyra plants right there. But back to live, DSG have set up around the dragon. This is ideal for a Zyra. You want the enemy to walk into you, but as I say it, they actually give up control because they don't have the wave pushed in the bottom side. They want to get that first. Yukino will now have to retake here as it's actually Tomo all alone. DSG not quite on the same page here. I'd like to see the Senna and the Zyra linked up together if in case anybody walks up. They might have enough damage to just pop somebody, but DSG instead just freestyling it right now. Call the Forge God used. It is a double knockup with the shuffle from Young. Nice. That's the type of setup you want to see from DSG.
I mean, that was a really good angle. I think it's fine, especially because you were pressuring Keel, who was by himself. You had deep vision into TLC's jungle, and Boom was there for the collapse with that Call of the Forge God. So now the Drake stacking has halted. DSG are finding themselves again in control of this game. Not really a gold lead to speak of, but you're seeing time and time again, they're either going even or ahead in the few exchanges we've seen so far. And
well, we'll see TLC give them the drag. I mean, it looks like they might actually contest this. Smite it down, taken down, Spawn now the focus. It's one auto, two autos. That's the stack with a little slow there, but Roamer will threaten DSG away, so they don't want to keep chasing on to Spawn. Yes, they did eventually deny the Dragon stack, but it looked like TLC for a moment actually wanted that.
Yeah, there's the hope. Maybe someone steps out of position or something you could take advantage of, but the angle just simply wasn't there.
Now Keel and Yukino will find each other in the jungle. Leandri's completed for Yukino, not yet for Keel, but he will still jump forward. Roamer's here as well. The mid laners providing backup, and one side is winning. Roamer gets the first one, might just get the second onto Young as well, taking a lot of damage himself, so it's a 1-for-2 trade. But TLC showing the power of the Udyr, man. They just cannot kill this pig.
And they can't, and it's worse too. Tomo's in the area, but he has to walk away. And Keel's going to take his prize. It's going to be some of Yukino's jungle camps, the red buff again. And I like how much he's trying to take away from Yukino. You can see it. He's actually got a 20 CS lead building. And again, when you're... I don't know. We can. Oh, you know, I'm so glad you asked, Kangas, because we have a way to check.
Let's go! All right, let's see it. Wait,
there it is.
Oh, that's the old Skarner. I was like, what's going on there?
That's not what we're focusing on. Look at Keel. Look at Keel.
Look at Keel, 4.8K. Not actually that far ahead of Yukino, surprisingly.
Yeah.
Kill participation being a big factor in that. But the important thing is that Yukino has been slowed down regardless. Now, onto the Herald. DSG setting up the objective. They're starting it. And TLC might look to approach. Keel could just jump over this wall and try and smite steal it. Or take the Hex Portal and take the fight afterwards. Kimdown's going for the engage, flashes in, they're on to Yukino, enemy jungler taken down. That was Herald secured, as now Keel's just running down Tomo. Whom cannot stop
my god!
This? Keel unleashed as Spawn flashing forward, going absolutely berserk in this fight. TLC, they wanted that one and they got it.
And TLC do not want this 0-2 to go through here. Oh my god.
Tenacity trying to do Skarner things, but just stopped in his tracks by Kimdown, and now Jenkins teleports in. Tenacity's in trouble. Jenkins can turn off this turret if they want to, but they don't even need to right now. We'll jump forward instead as Young looking to clean up the fight. Emperor's Divide knocks Kimdown away, but there is a wave, so Kimdown's fine.
Well, if I'm Kimdown, I'm typing handshake emoji in all chat. Young kind of saves his life there, but how about TLC? Really aggressive play coming through. Again, just being a nuisance into DSG's side of the map. Not only does it net them kills, they got that top tier 1 turret, even though we're seeing a response mid lane.
Yeah, I don't think the TLC realized there even was a mid turret there. They just kept diving under it.
Hey, who cares, man?
It didn't even feel like it did damage, man. But here we go, round 2. Yukino.
Let's see.
Tokyo Drift. Can he land it this time?
Are you allowed to drive?
Close.
It's not looking good, man. Oh, he did it!
Yeah, let's go.
Woo! There it is, Yukino. You burned your driver's license. Congratulations.
One of the youngest players in the league.
Tomo.
Barely can drive, as there we go. Tomo caught out of position. The Senna, too squishy. Boom used the Call to Forge God and is now trying to get out of dodge. DLC. The collapse on top of him. Boom's got nowhere to go, so he will fall as well. That is 2 kills picked up by Team Liquid.
Yeah, and then we're getting, I mean, especially with this 3,000 gold lead, I think it's a pretty safe time to say that if Boom doesn't have ult, fighting is almost impossible for DSG. And Team Liquid in a really strong position at this moment, even though they're not going to be able to threaten Dragon Soul if they get the Drake in the next minute. They're still in such a strong position that one good fight like that, post 20 minutes, means it's going to be a Baron play for them.
Yeah, we're at 17 minutes into the game. I feel like I was complaining at around 5 or 6 minutes and not a lot had happened. A lot's happened
Rightfully
since then.
so.
Yes, thank you. Thank you for that, validating my experiences. But I would say since then, we have ramped things up to 11. TLC, specifically Keel, has been looking for action around the Rift, and Roamer has been in his back pocket pretty much every single time. And they still haven't even hit a big spike yet. Roamer does have his one item, working on that second. I'm looking at Jenkins in particular, building towards the second item on the Volibear. If you haven't seen it before, it's the Rod of Ages into the Navori Flicker Blade, running Jack of all trades. Your cooldown is going to be insanely low, and you're just going to be able to run down people like Tomo, people like Yukino, but it's actually Kim Down that's in trouble, rooted up, locked down, actually goes for the engage. Oh, that was very confident play. Respect.
I kind of do. I respect the vision. I'm going to be honest with you. But that chunk was good for DSG because no support means no real contest for the Drake.
Yeah.
So now DSG who are going to be doing some of that Drake stacking. I want to pull back, though, to something you said a minute ago, Kangas, about Roamer and Keel basically just playing together this entire game. They've been playing together. It was great, but especially because I mentioned earlier, Keel had told me earlier on in the year how difficult it was for him to sync up with Keel. I mean, Roamer, I need to hold this thought.
Yeah, we'll get back to that because it's actually Keel and Jenkins that are buddy-buddy right now, going for that top turret. Poom used to call the Forge God to try and get the engage. Does land the knock-up on a Keel over the wall. Young trying to slow him down, but it is, in fact, an Udyr in the game League of Legends in the year 2024. You cannot lock this guy down. He's going to get out, and TLC are just fine.
This is Leandri's Udyr too, which is insane. He's got some health, some AP, some meager resistances. Hasn't really built a tank item yet, but
Force of Nature looks like it's the one coming up here.
Probably, yeah, and it's looking great. And Roamer, once again, if he's not with Keel setting up a successful play, Keel is running for his life, surviving, while Roamer is collecting turret gold on the other side of the map.
Let's get another look at this replay. Oh wait, this is something happened bot side.
Something did happen bot side.
Oh, I didn't even notice this. Here we go. Roamer is going for a solo kill onto Tenacity. It must have been happening, while that top lane play was going on. So Roamer just with an outplay onto Skarner. Maybe this isn't the best champion in the game. I don't know. It's it hasn't been doing too much.
I'm gonna be honest.
In this game.
I think you know what? Let's bring the gold back up.
Okay, let's see it. Where is?
He's at the bottom. So this is gonna be a new thing for you.
And where's
guys?
Roamer? Oh,
yeah. Hold on, let me hide that. Chat, okay. I know you guys know this. I'm saying this purely for Kangas' benefit. In League of Legends,
I'm a slow learner.
Gold is important. Gold changes the rules.
So that
even if something is supposed to happen,
5.5 underneath TLC, that's a good thing?
That's a great thing. I'm so glad you asked, Kangas. You're doing great, by the way.
I'm trying my best out here.
You're succeeding.
All right. Well, either way, let's see what TLC can do with that 5.5. Now 5.7. Now completed items. Roamer has 2.5. Jenkins has 2 completed, and there it is. Force of Nature for Keel. Now, if it was hard to kill the Udyr before, it's going to be even harder to kill the Udyr now. DSG definitely have their work cut out for them.
Yeah, they certainly do. At this point now, looking at Jenkins too, he's got an angle. He has the Stormbreaker. So even though this mid-tier 1 is available, it could be a bait.
Bull coming down. Ooh, I like the use of the Zyra plants there to actually block a lot of that Lucian damage. And they also catch the wave, so no siege happening. DSG are holding on and holding firm to this mid lane turret.
Yeah, I mean, I still just want to really reiterate the point that mid-tier 1, it's a little fake when Volibear is on the enemy team. You think you're safe, but he can shut that off immediately and easily. So that defensive vision is going to be really important for Disguise to make sure that Jenkins can't come from any strange angles.
This is going to be rough for Tenacity. Volibear's got a big item advantage. I actually think Jenkins could take this 1v1, stuns him up, and that's a flash out from Tenacity. If you don't do that, I think you just die. And Jenkins,
speaking of,
I got one too, buddy. Stunned up into the wall. Tenacity's going to try and use the turret to save his life, and it does not work. Jenkins with the solo kill against Skarner.
And on top of that, because now Jenkins can join on the top side, TLC, they feel strong enough that they can just go ahead and start the Baron. Look how quickly they're taking it, and their Volibear is also coming to join.
And TSG will try and push them off. It's a 4v5. But look at Kim down, just causing chaos on the backline. TSG were not ready for the flanking recon. Got to reposition, try and find a new front to back, but they just lost the front. Boom goes down. TLC go forward. TSG still have their turret up. There's no Volibear ultimate available, so TLC cannot look for the dive, but they'll take the Baron and be happy about it.
And they sure will. And then because of that, the gold leads up to 7,600 now. And remember when I said gold was important, Kangas? Well, 7,600 gold is like super special, awesome, important. Especially when we're 45 seconds from the Drake.
Is that what they call like exponential gains or something? Where like the gold just gets more important the bigger the number gets?
Yeah, we're gonna go ahead and say that.
I just wanted to say a big word, and I feel like I got it out there, so I'm happy about that.
And I love, you know what? I love that growth from you, Kangas. Just kind of abandoning the syllable economy, and you're just sending it now. Syllable.
Yeah, we're getting a little off the rails here, but you know we like to have fun in the NACL. As TLC having a lot of fun in this game too. Still haven't taken that outer turret though. Do we give them marks off for that? I know you keep saying Volibear can turn it off, but eventually they got to get it, right?
I mean, they're getting it right now, so it's nice and easy. Any second now?
Yeah! Oh my goodness, Roamer! No, 1v2 bot side. Almost just killed both of them.
It's just wait, he's taking the turret.
Okay, this is getting a little silly. All right, he's good.
All right. You know, maybe he had a sound off. He didn't hear the indicator. And really, it doesn't matter because no one can punish him. His jungler is currently doing the dragon, and there are bounties across the board for Team Liquid Challengers. So I think this is all safe to say that TLC are taking us to Game 3. That's what it's looking like.
All right, I want to check something real quick.
Check something,
I'm not going to lie. Every single Volibear game top that I've seen in my solo queue, he loses the game before he even finishes the Flicker Blade because nobody knows how to play it in my
I was about to say, I have a really important question.
No, it's a self-report. I'll self-report. Don't worry. Right. But I'm wondering what that third item is. I've never seen it before. Tomo! Probably not going to see it either because he just gets popped right there. TLC looking for more. Big stud. Oh, it's flash out from Yukino. Nicely set up from Spontaneity. Trying to get over that wall. Call the ports got used. Will disengage kill for a moment's time, as well as the Emperor's Divide. But this damage from TLC is just oppressive, man. They don't care about your turrets. They don't care about your health bars. All they want is that Nexus, and they're going to take it. Double kill to Jenkins. And with the Baron buff still up, this could just be the game.
I think they have everything they need to close it out, Kangas. Turrets never bothered them before. Exactly. Yeah. They're just going to go ahead and knock them down.
They just pretended these didn't exist the entire game. Young just getting popped underneath it. Spawn with the flash forward to guarantee the kill. Tomo spawns just to go down yet again. Alive for right now will get one kill, but does not keep the Nexus alive. And that's a 1-1 on the scoreboard. TLC take game 2.
And what a response from Team Liquid as well, Kangas. It was a very convincing game, too. They brought out some spicy picks. We saw the Udyr jungle. We saw the Volibear top and the new insane broken build coming through. And we had a monumental performance from our player of the game, Keel in the jungle.
Let's go. Yeah, I mean, there's a lot of arguments. I think you could have given it to a lot of different players, but Keel in particular on the Udyr felt like the one in the driver's seat for me. He was the one starting off a lot of the aggressive plays. Yes, it was Roamer in his back pocket, getting the kills, providing a lot of the DPS. Yes, it was at the late game, Jenkins just winning the side lane, but it always felt like Keel was the kind of driving force behind these plays.
And when I think about Keel as a player, even on his time in Wildcard last year, you know, all the players he's played with just talk about the kind of leadership role he plays on the teams he's on. And that isn't really any different here on Team Liquid Challengers. The fact that he is a jungler who, again, I praise for being really efficient, using a lot of the opportunities he has for himself, especially when you have Cryo in so many lanes. He's invading Yukino. He is denying resources from him. He's leading his team to a pretty convincing comeback win.
And he's pairing up pretty well with Roamer so far in this series. Something very exciting to see. We'll see if they can continue that going forward, as we're going to send it to a very short break before we're back with Game 3 after this. Hello and welcome back, everybody. We are preparing for Game 3 of our Week 2, Day 2 broadcast for the NACL. It is 1-1 on the scoreboard between Team Liquid Honda Challengers and DSG, aka Disguised. Tomo had an insane performance Game 1, hard carrying the team, but both games it was TLC with the earlier control and lead.
Yeah.
A little worrying for DSG going into this third game.
Maybe. We'll have to see what the draft ends up looking like. I mean, we're just looking at the stats of that last game. We gave Keel player of the game, but I think now's a great time to give Romer that extra bit of a shout out as well, because he had a great performance on the Lucian mid as well. Topped the damage charts, found a lot of great angles, and made great use of the culling to be able to either chunk people out or secure kills before a fight started. It's good stuff.
The early levels were so impactful from this squad. Romer made fantastic use of the fact that we got out Young's flash early. He was just hard shoving that wave, hard pressuring, not dying to the Zyra ganks who came twice in the first couple of minutes because you had nothing else to do because Keel also invaded bot side and took the camps away. It felt like everything in the first couple of minutes went so well for TLC.
Yeah, this is something that I love playing the game, and like, you know, even with me, like, having less experience than the rest of you guys, even now I see it. When you're playing against a farming jungler, and your opponent, or rather your jungler, takes a bunch of their camps, and a Zyra randomly ganks you mid-level 3, you feel it. You know it's a tilt gank. You know they have nothing else to do, and you already know the game is starting off great.
And I would even go as far as to say as Romer expected it because he was posturing on that side, still had his E up, and also had the Raptors warded, knew exactly where Yukino wasn't, so knew where he must have been and outplayed those roams. But let's take a look at the updated banned champions. A reminder, everybody, Beatdown, what kind of draft is this?
This is a full of Fearless, baby. Now, again, if you're just joining us, if a champ is played by either team, it's gone for the rest of the series. We've already eliminated 20 champions from the pool.
That's a lot of champs.
That's a lot of champs. And another 10 will be denied from this game in particular when you think about the bans as well. So these players got to dig deep. What else do they got for us?
And that Game 1, very unique with things like the Brand jungle coming out versus Ivern jungle. Game 2, a couple fun things with that Volley Bear coming out. Happy to see Jenkins still pulling out some unconventional top lane picks. I feel like, I mean, you were saying at the beginning of the day, he was known for a bit to be, you know, a bit of a one-trick.
He got flamed for it. He got flamed
for being a bit of a Kennen one-trick, maybe a three-trick with a couple different champions. But I think it's fun to see Jenkins still be able to pilot some of the old champs, but then pull out new ones every now and then.
Yeah, especially especially in such a dominant performance like that Volley Bear. I have a feeling we're going to see a lot more of that because, wow, that made Skarner look normal.
Here. Yeah, well, how come we aren't seeing that in LPL and LCS and stuff? When
you don't watch LPL.
That seemed easy. Yeah, I don't. I just want to sound cool. Sorry, Mazel. All right, Karthus locked in, or rather locked out as a continuation of the bans. And again, typically the first 3 bans can be the exact same for all these phases. Fearless, the fact that the champs you play are banned later on doesn't really change the priority of those first 3. So, same 3 from each squad. But now there's no Skarner first pick for DSG.
Yeah, so I'm curious what that different route is going to go for. Now that we've gotten a couple of marksmen, or a handful of marksmen, I should say, out of the pool, Nomo's going to go ahead and lock in this area. It feels nice, too, because Nautilus was played earlier, unavailable. Vi and Talia aren't available this game, so this just feels like a great Zeri game.
Not a lot of like point-and-click skills that will just lock you down and take you out of the fight. Theoretically, you'll have a lot of mobility, but Hui can make that difficult. The range advantage of a Hui is very tough for the Zeri to deal with.
Okay, that's interesting too. I was kind of expecting the Hui Varus just because I think that is a really strong combo, a lot of poke available. But I mean, you'll still have something similar with the Aphelios. It's just more raw damage as opposed to poke that you get from the the lethality Varus, I should say.
Yeah. And depending on the support that you want to go for, this could just be comfort. This could be an idea that they want to go for more of a teamfight style. They don't have a lot of the tanks either to stand in front. I mean, we talked about the supports with Leon and Nautilus, but even like Ornn, Skarner, Udyr, no longer available. So it's going to be all bruisers and damage. Xin Zhao, Syndra locked in for DSG.
Yeah, and a really strong mid-jungle duo for just that skirmishing potential is there. DSG kind of got ran in the early mid-game. For the most part, in both games earlier on in the series. So now they've gotten a duo for themselves that can kind of do the same thing to Team Liquid.
And there is the front line. It's heavily pinched with the full Fearless draft, but Rel is still available and it's locked in for TLC. They can now ban away other supports that the Zeri likes to play with. I'm thinking maybe like a Lulu, maybe a Seraphine, depending on how scared they are of the enchanters. Or if they're happy with those, they can pick an aggressive jungler themselves and look for dives. That's something that Rel is quite good at. See what their strategy is, but no, it is the enchanter focus.
Nice
Lulu
call out.
taken away.
Yeah, I mean, Zeri Lulu was really strong combination, and you kind of already have some fight set up with this mid-jungle duo. So that was something DSG maybe could have potentially gotten away with, especially if you go for a tank with engaged topside. So they removed that option, and now you're seeing some top lane options removed by DSG from TLC. Again, Jenkins is someone who gets a lot of respect for his Kennen. Even last year, when I was begging top laners to play this champ, he was basically the only one who would. So for that, he will always have my respect.
And whenever you need AP damage in the top lane or just AP damage
Easier
somewhere
guy.
in the comp, Jenkins is a great player to have on your team. Right now, they have enough AP with Hwei, so I think that they might go for more engage options. Rel can be good engage, but she's also pretty predictable. It's almost like the Alistair effect, where you see the Rel, you kind of know the angle that she's going to come from. So something like a Sejuani could rise in priority, but actually that was banned away by DSG, so that's even off the table too.
Yeah. If it makes you feel better, that is a good shout. It's something I was kind of looking towards as well. Some engage in the jungle would be ideal. So, I mean, Maokai,
Sure.
I think, is perfectly fine, especially because you're dealing with the Syndra, who's really good at making space with that Scouter of the Week, having this really long range engage to kind of set up this Rel who can come from multiple angles. It's a good look. And you give Jenkins that R5 counter pick. I think we've proven already that he can play many different champs. So at this point, it's just going to be about what is Tenacity willing to play behind. What's Jenkins' answer? He drops the Camille, says, bro, I dare you to play a tank.
So I think the idea being TLC might have expected like a Cassante locked in, which hasn't been banned, and then thinking that the Camille would be the counter pick. But if we just lock in the Camille ourselves and then Poppy support, you highlighted that with these engaged supports are really getting pinched. Poppy does kind of rise in priority and also pretty decent into the Rel, preventing that initial crash down engage.
Same with the Twisted Advance from the Maokai as well. So that's a really nice answer, I think, and it's nice too because you have another space creation tool. We talked about Scatter of the Week. Well, now you also have the Keeper's Verdict to also make space in these team fights and get yourself these number advantages. And wow. Gnar.
Yeah. Gnar
Josh is watching.
Into the Camille. Interesting choice right there. If you get Mega, you can still be a big threat, but and the range advantage might be nice, but I'm still scared whenever I see a baby Gnar in a lane with a Trinity Force Camille. That can sometimes be a scary thing for the Gnar.
Yeah, so my immediate thought is that what are those first few levels going to look like? Yukino, I'm expecting him to path top lane, and you're paired with this Camille. If you stack the wave, that's a pretty easy dive waiting to happen. So, I'm expecting that from DSG. B, Keel, my boy, give you lots of praise. Please cover your top laner. Jenkins is your friend. Be there for him. Cherish him.
No, but we just had the whole Keel Roamer bromance in the last game. You don't want to keep that going?
Kangas, I'm kind of glad that I get to teach you so many things, but it is kind of insane that you don't know this. People can have more than one friend that they cherish.
Really?
I know.
I didn't realize I was closing my
opportunities.
Here we go. Game 3 loaded onto the Rift. PSG. Both of these teams hungry for this win. Team Liquid, Honda Challengers picked up a series win in their first four-way, pretty dominantly as well. DSG yet to pick one up. Are you laughing at me saying foray and kind of messing up the word?
Yeah.
Well,
yeah.
See, this is why we're not friends, Pete.
You're right. I ruined it, guys. Damn. Okay, Twitch chat, quick. Tell me how I can make it up to Kangas right after you tell us who's got this game 3. DSG for DSG and TLC for, you guessed it, TLC.
Maybe by the end of the cast, you can earn that friendship. Invade from DSG, looking for a ward down. They're not going to commit to too much more, but they will know where Keel is starting.
Yeah, and another thing I wanted to quickly add. I don't get to, actually.
Ooh, I like this look. Kim down was hoping to make something happen, but punished by Poom. That's Ignite down. No Summoner Spells burned by Kim down, but will have to go for a back here if they want to get a full health bar, but I think it's a little too late. I think you just got to start laning phase like this.
Yeah, I mean, Kim Down would lose out on experience, but this is kind of tough. I'm just trying to think, because he's got really low health. He'd had to pop all his potions, so hopefully that plus leveling up will be enough for him. But something I wanted to add too, a thing I like about the Xin from Yukino is that it's actually pretty nice into these champions that have low mobility. My immediate thought when I saw the Hui, when I saw the Aphelios, those are great gank targets, and something I'm also expecting Yukino to take advantage of.
And also, your ultimate Crescent Guard so powerful against things like Hui that can utilize the range, but, I mean, if they are not in your big circle, the range doesn't really matter.
Yep.
So I do like the pick as well. Happy to see in things like Full Fearless, picks like this do start to creep in the meta more and more. So we'll keep our eyes also on where Yukino goes early, because you highlighted it. Can look for ganks starting on the bot side, so most likely not going to go down there. They're already shoved in, pathing top instead.
Right, and exactly as I had hoped in Chance Select Yukino, he's going for that full clear on the bottom side. Looking like he's going to want to gank in transition mid. We know he's going to be ending up top side.
This is interesting. I mean, Syndra can set up ganks here. Lands a Scatter the Weak. That's a stun. Then becomes Lightning. Roamer has the flash, has to use it over the wall, and Young does not follow.
And this is a really easy, successful gank. Yukino won't be able to do much more other than hit that Scrying Orb and actually waste a bit of Roamer's time. I think that's actually... Yeah, he feels confident enough that he can just go ahead and take this red buff.
And he can even look for a gank out of Jenkins. I mean, Jenkins should know this is happening. The ping comes in now.
Look at Tenacity's health.
Ooh, Tenacity did take a lot of damage there. So Yukino with red buff is going to look at Jenkins. I don't think Jenkins is in that much trouble here. Can just hop away. If that three-point strike gets a knock-up, they come in for it! First blood from Yukino. Tenacity, oh no!
No, it's fine, it's fine, it's fine. He has TP, it's the fast back.
Wait, you're right. All calculated, all planned, all trouble for Yukino, though. Red buff is up, but Keel was there and will make it a one-for-one trade.
A nice answer for Keel, who was also in that vicinity once he had finished his red buff. I mean, props to Yukino and Tenacity, though, for making that one work. That is the combo we wanted to see. You want to take advantage of Gnar in those early levels. If you could set him behind and have Tenacity have this gold lead become this side lane monster, there aren't going to be many people on TLC who can deal with him.
Okay, Sepes presence from Poom no longer up. That's kind of scary. Kim Down could look for an engage as Yukino will know that his own jungle is being taken here. Keel actually backs away, and instead they're going for another gank onto Roamer. No flash this time around. This one should be successful. Young just got to land this Q and an auto, and there it is. Well played. Young picking up the kill.
Yeah, really nicely done. Finish it off from the mid from ESG, and of course his jungler is going to help him get this wave in. Means that Roamer, he's going to lose a little bit in this early game in terms of golden experience because of that play. And Yukino, I like that he's taking advantage of this early game power. He's already impacted the map at 2 different points, and I'm just kind of expecting that trend to continue.
He is falling behind a lot of clear. He's about half the CS right now of Keel, but not quite getting the wall stun onto Spawn right there. Whom really thinking he had it. Just going to be a barrier for Flash Ignite trade. But the idea of Yukino falling behind in farm, he's going for invade now and wrapping around. There is Flash available on both of the bot laners. This is a bold move. Pulled under the turret, lockdown. Yukino's in trouble, and he just gives a kill over to Spawn.
Yukino.
I liked the idea, but that was well played by Kim Down. Good punish.
I'm going to say I didn't. And now
well, how about this play? Because Boom does find that stun into the wall using the Hex Flash, but now Spawn keeps walking forward, has the flash available, and has Keel in his back pocket. Tomo and Poom need to get out of here. Flash available for Tomo, not for Poom. If that slow lands, it hits both of them, and Poom goes down, give it a double kill to Keel.
Why did he W? Tomo, oh no. Oh man,
you know what we call
I actually don't want to talk about anything that just happened, Kangas. I just want to talk about the next thing.
Okay. Well, here, I can sum it up in one word.
Fine,
I don't know if you Canadians use this. Us Minnesotans say this a lot. Oofed up. Now looking at the map here, Dragon's up, and we do see back, so I don't think we're actually going to see an early objective take from TLC.
No, probably not. It's Spawn. He has gold to spend. He has no health to play with. It's just going to be Yukino taking the grubs for nothing, which is going to be pretty nice considering...
Okay. Caught out of position right here. Doesn't have any defensive summoner spells, so I assume we'll go down, although it is still kind of tanky. I don't know if TLC will quite have enough. Big stun from Kim down, pulls him back. Fear onto Puma as well, but he bought enough time for Young to come in and trade the kill. Unleashed Power doing a lot of work there.
And Poppy getting a lot of value out of that Aftershock, Angus. So it is going to be that 1-for-1, but DSG come out on top ever so slightly because Yukino, of course, he does pick up all 3 of those grubs. He is looking for the invade because Roamer has to go for the recall. It doesn't mean that Yukino is closer and closer to that level 6. That Crescent Guard means he can be even more aggressive when he's setting up some of these plays.
I do wonder, I feel like Roamer didn't actually have to back right there. He just picks up the boots. It is a cannon wave, so he's not going to lose too much, but will still lose a little bit. Either way, I think at this point, he's looking to just avoid Young. He's like, wait, this Syndra's getting a little fed, guys.
Yeah.
Can we slow things down? She is scary. As Young will also get a backup, pick up that last chapter plus boots, so more advantageous buy. Do you still have control over the gold graph? Can we pull that up?
I do. You know what?
Let's go.
Since you asked so nicely and I want to earn our friendship, there you go, buddy. Talk to me.
I'm pretty sure I have the ability to do it. I'm too scared to try.
I love this opportunity. I want this. It's okay.
All right, let's go. Keel currently leading. Young is ahead of Roamer in the gold department by just about one little item completed there. As Ward dropped here from Jenkins. The fact that Keel is this far ahead, actually leading the charge as a jungler, I mean, he's just been out farming, but also picking up a lot of these kills. And is going to be going for a more AP build, so he actually can utilize that. That one item power spike will be felt.
Yeah, those saplings, they're going to do quite a good bit of extra damage. Even despite the nerfs we've seen in the last year towards this AP scaling, it's still going to matter a bit. Plus the flat damage that you get towards jungle camps. Blackfire Torch, kind of the reason we're seeing a lot of AP junglers lately. So even someone like Maokai will happily partake.
Looks like we're going for the Leandries here for Keel as that first item. Yeah, I see the health picked up, which would mean Haunting Guys.
You're right. That's okay. He still gets the monster damage from the echoes, the other components.
Yeah.
I'm still basically right.
Exactly. It's more about the component along the way that gives you so much efficiency in that
like
clear.
The friends along the way.
Like the friends. Hey. You're doing a good job here, Beat.
Thank you.
Young going for a roam up top side. Jenkins hit with the Unleashed Power, flashes away from the Scatter of the Week, and Young does not quite have enough range to get that last tick of damage, but maybe Yukino will be able to find it. No flash for Jenkins. We'll go for the slow. When it becomes lightning, I think it missed. Yeah, he's got a flash Crescent Guard, but that will be enough. Yukino does get the kill.
At the end of the day, job is done. You get that opportunity for Tenacity to pick up some plates, and again, it's so important for this Camille to get gold in her pocket, especially if Tenacity is going to be able to get ahead with it, so he can be that split push monster. And I kind of want to take a second, since things have hopefully slowed down a bit, Kangas. All right, they have. And just kind of talk about what we were saying earlier on in the series, especially for me. This was kind of my litmus test for Team Liquid to see really how good they are compared to the rest of the league. And while they're not stopping DSG by any means, really, even though last game was pretty dominant, I think they are still performing really well overall as a team, but I want to give props to DSG as well.
How good they've been playing. To Spawn for finding this play right here. Solo did that much damage to Tomo. He's got flash available. He does not flash the knockup. Gravity Storm in as well, trying to turn back with Keeper's Verdict. Tomo does not have enough damage, does not have enough range. So that is TLC winning the 2v2 trade. They don't get a kill, but they do force back Tomo and Poom.
And they're going to be able to get more plate gold for Spawn. And I wonder if Keel... No, he's not going to be able to.
Keel, you beautiful man!
Oh my...
This guy with the prediction, the control ward was there. He baits, he's going to walk up and clear it, drops the ward, instant flash Q.
That's tough. Yeah, Tomo's going through the ringer this game. He's getting bullied by this AP Maokai. And he was already going to lose a good bit of that wave that Spawn crashed into the turret. But now he also dies for it. Wastes a little more of his time. Feels really bad.
Yeah, Yukino's going to try and make some action happen himself. He's actually caught up in the clear, evening that CS. But I want to take a moment to talk about Keel, man. You make plays like that, you're 4-0 on a Maokai. You deserve some airtime, everybody. This guy, MVP candidate from summer. The question I had for him coming into this year, and specifically this split, can he maintain? He did not have as big of a breakout performance in spring. We weren't really talking about him too much when it came to MVP votes, but he's been around, and you look at players like Yuji, another jungler, as it looks like actually we have an engage coming in right now from TLC. Jumping out to Yukino. Crescent Guard's available. He's not going to invest it right now, as everyone's backing away. Point being, though, Yuji, another jungler that had been kind of always the bridesmaid, never the bride with MVP votes in the past, and finally got it. Keel looking to do the same. Tomo looking to take down Kim Down, and Roamer not having enough damage, but will push them back.
Yeah, so some ults were used, some resources expended, but ultimately DSG, they just delayed the inevitable. It is going to be that 6 scrubs. Really big for this team.
Oh. Young was not under turret. I thought he was still stuck there with Kim Down's flash, but he gets out.
And that's just a huge win for DSG across the board. You win the mid play, you get 6 scrubs, which is so good, especially for Tenacity. It's going to be a split push monster later on. Hey, DSG getting a lot of W's so far in this early game, and that's right, it's time to fight.
Looking for damage onto Tomo. Spawn going forward, throws out the ultimate, taking a lot himself, does sidestep the zap. Teleport coming in here from Tenacity. That is a Camille with flash available. That is a dead spawn on my screen. If Tenacity gets in range, flash forward. Good start from Kim Down. Tenacity can't get in range. Tag ultimatum. Kim Down will probably go down for this, but buys crucial space for his AD carry and a lot of time under this turret. That's flash out of Tomo as well.
And so it's a big play there from Kim Down to save his AD carry, but of course he was always going to die in the process. So you kind of minimize that what you would have lost there, but it's a nice cross-map play from Tenacity. It does give Jenkins some alone time with the turret. Tenacity drops a lot in terms of gold and experience, but kind of bailing out his bot lane. We've been going through it in the early game. I think it's worth it.
I want to see that top. Okay, yeah, now I can see on the minimap 2 plates remaining. So Jenkins was able to get 3 plates total in this laning phase. It'll be expiring in 30 seconds, so I doubt we'll see any more up there, but nice pickup as he's able to back and get the Trinity Force completed as well. Same timing as Tenacity. It's important to not fall behind, especially when you died twice in lane. So, like you said, Jenkins going to be happy he had that alone time. DSG, though, a couple kills and a tiny little gold lead. They're looking to set up around this dragon.
The gold lead isn't as important as if you look at the items here. You got first items for most people, but Roamer is actually a little behind here. So I'm not confident in TLC's ability to actually fight for this Drake, but it is tough. He's about to get teleport. Maybe if TLC buy enough time, he can back TP, spend the gold, and make it happen, or they can make a play bot.
Yeah, they're going for Tomo. Good sidestep, avoids the initial root. Keel still gets in there, still doing the damage. Spawn was tanking the whole time, and it gets the kill. Send into the wall. Poom trying to lock down Keel as Young's over the wall. Huge scatter the weak. Unleash Power will do a lot of damage, but doesn't have vision on Keel. Boom wasn't able to give it to him, so Keel's still alive, and Poom will fall down as well. Young couldn't make the play happen.
That is pretty nicely done here, and an unanswered play unless Yukino can make something happen with that Herald top side. So it is going to be a Drake. It is going to be damage on this mid-tier 1, and it's going to be TLC getting a nice chunk of gold into their back pockets, but we're already seeing the response.
Yeah, DSG still focused on these neutral objectives. They will get that top turret as the second dragon of the game goes over to TLC. We're 15 minutes in, no more plates on either side, means that these turrets will fall faster, but you still are happy if your Camille's the one that starts taking them first here, because she will just be able to melt them in the side lanes later on. Let's see what the lane assignment looks like now with that top turret gone. Tenacity is actually pathing mid currently as Tomo pushes that wave in bot. I assume they will swap at some point here.
Yeah, I'm thinking Tenacity is here just to cover this Herald play because they hadn't actually dropped it yet. Tenacity just took the top tier 1, just kind of all on his own. So Tenacity's here. He has the ult. He can isolate someone with the Hextech ultimatum. TLC, they have to respect that and let this turret go.
Big pickup for DSG. I like the timer. Jenkins will get that top turret for this, but I still think it's probably worth it for DSG because they wanted Tenacity to go to the bottom lane anyway. They got 6 scrubs. They got a Trinity Force Camille. She can melt these turrets really fast. Put Tomo in a safe lane. Let Young be on the map as well in these brushes looking for picks. Poom's actually the only one here. Not going to find a pick just yet, but so far things feel like they're working pretty well for DSG, but those dragons are stacking up for Team Liquid Honda.
Yeah, for now, but I gotta say, I do like the lane assignments that we're seeing from DSG too, because the other thing about this Camille is that, again, Spawn, Roamer, they're in danger. a lot of the time when Tenacity is on their screen. So unless you have a jungle hover, it's really dangerous to actually walk up to some of these side lanes when Tenacity is off the map, and especially when he has TP up. That's why now Roamer feels confident enough to just clear this next wave. He's got to leave. He can't stay anymore. So there's actually a good amount of agency for Tenacity to have an impact on this game. And it is interesting because, you know, last split when DSG were having some of their struggles, especially off the back of their win last summer, when they won all of NACL, there's a team that it felt like Tenacity was fine throughout basically the entire split, but there still wasn't much for him to do to actually have that big impact in the game. So it is cool to see that this DSG roster does seem stronger compared to last split, are playing better, and Tenacity is having these opportunities that he can be the guy, like we thought he could be last split.
Beatdown trying his absolute hardest to cast a curse the man on your screen right now.
Yeah, I actually secretly hate Tenacity,
yeah, you know?
I just needed to give him the whole spiel.
That felt like one of those moments where we were about to watch him die in real time, but he did just take a turret instead, so you know what? Maybe you blessed him this time around. Tenacity getting another objective.
And he's going to have his pick of them, considering he's got 6 grubs in his back pocket, along with all of you in Twitch chat. Tenacity's best friend this game, of course.
Ooh, doesn't finish the back here. Actually cancels it. We'll probably
Maybe
catch his wave instead. I'm wondering what item he's going to get as TLC push up the mid wave.
Yeah,
no response yet from DSG. They will now try and catch his wave. Okay, TLC don't want to commit to it. You're right. They didn't have eyes on Tenacity. It's always scary.
They did. They actually had a pink ward that Tenacity was clearing, and that was the immediate reaction for TLC. Like, hey, we don't want this. We are not allowed to do this. This is illegal. We are law-abiding citizens. We will leave.
Fair enough. I was going to say the scariest Camille is the one you can't see, but maybe the scariest Camille is the Camille you can see currently on your flank. So
scientists will never know.
The jury's out on that one.
Yeah.
I think same could be said for Syndra, honestly. There's a lot of champs that DSG have where it's like, if you don't know where they are, you have to be paranoid because a Poppy hitting you into a wall, a Scatter the Wheat coming out from a Syndra, a Camille flying in over top for Fog of War, all of those pretty spooky tools DSG have at their disposal.
For sure, and I think we haven't really talked too much about what TLC have at their disposal, and I think the best way to talk about it is their all-in is great, Kangas. You have Rel, Maokai, Gnar. The front to back, it's kind of crazy. So if they're able to keep Tenacity off spawn and Roamer, and they're able to take these fights nice and slow, that's basically TLC's way to victory.
Let me raise you one, though, because you listed the 3 champs that do enjoy going forward.
Yes.
What about the champs that can't? We got the Hui, got the range,
he doesn't
but is all alone right now, doesn't have anybody with him currently. That's teleport coming in now from Jenkins. Also teleport coming in from Tenacity. This is going to be a full-on brawl, but TLC had Keel nearby. Roamer was actually just the bait. Keel was in the neighborhood, and DSG did not realize that. Neither did I. DSG just lost a member.
And it's a great setup, too. You're probably, as DSG, expecting TLC to continue Drake Stack and continue that focus. But instead, they make this play here.
Boom taking a big chunk to start things off here. Can no longer be that big front line, that big engage that the team would like him to be. But there's the engage. Stopped by Poom. That steadfast presence completely shutting down Kim Down's otherwise stellar find.
Right, and Kim Down, speaking of, he's pretty much the only engaged tool left because Jenkins and Keel don't have ults. But because Tenacity just spawned, because he doesn't have TP, that's enough. DSG are going to back right off, and TLC are going to have another early soul point. The big question, Kangas. Are they going to be able to actually secure the soul this time? Because game 1 was a feel bad for Dragon Soul fans.
Yeah, it was the Ocean Soul then as well, but it was DSG that denied it, and we're able to find massive fights to come back. Kino now using the Baron as a taxi to get out of there. Jenkins has the ultimate available along with a pretty full rage bar. TLC seem like they actually want to take a fight with this window. Not a lot to fight over, but it's answered by DSG. Yukino just says, bet. I think I can out-stat check you with Young behind. Big scatter the weak, but now the rest of TLC have joined in on the fight. DSG need to be careful. We're 5v5 scrapping over a Baron at 21 minutes. Yes, if you find a huge team fight, that could be the objective, but very rare that we see teams actually willing to scrap this early for that.
Yeah, I will say that was more of a heat check from TLC, because Roamer was the only one who really expended the ultimate. They wanted to see what they could force out while they had the Mega Gnar active. Because like when you look at Roamer's ult, the spiraling, I mean, look at the cooldown. It's going to come back soon, right? So I think that's an ult that you can very comfortably fish with as long as you're keeping an eye on major objective timers.
Jenkins will just restack up that rage bar, and everything will go back to normalcy. I am impressed though that DSG was so willing to walk up there. It felt like the setup, especially Jenkins being close to that Mega Gnar, would have signaled DSG to back off, but Yukino, knowing how strong Young is, 2 items completed on this Syndra, can actually melt through these health bars, showing the confidence that DSG have in themselves and their team.
I gotta say, with how they've been playing the series, confidence well earned, Kangas.
Yeah, I'm going with the confidence angle, not the...
I like confidence.
Not the didn't do the calculations angle.
No, that's only something you do.
Yeah. That's the difference.
Oh,
that's the only difference, actually. That's why I'm not in this game right now. Tomo might not be in the game either. Oh, sniped by Roamer at max range. They get the turret, and now Poom's in trouble as well. That is 2 picks in a row for TLC.
And it's just game 1 all over again. Catching people out of position, Kangas, using your range effectively is what TLC are doing best this series. It didn't work for them game 1, which is why we're here at the edge of our series. But I think TLC are in a pretty good position to start to close, because now they've got that first Baron into their pockets. And now this is a big opportunity for them to really start to blow up this gold lead.
This Aphelios pick for Spawn has really worked as the counter to the Zeri. Bot lane, he was just pushing Tomo out on his own. Right there in the mid lane, the one that set up that damage. Yeah, Roamer gets the kill credit, but let's be honest, that was Spawn doing the work.
Yeah.
And yeah, Tomo
look at bot lane.
Not having quite as good of a game 3, game 2 as he did game 1. But yes, here we go. Tenacity in the brush. Gets flashed out of Jenkins. Yukino will have to walk up to try and answer. Missed the one comes lightning, but will still dash in. Tenacity getting the kill credit as TLC will maybe look to fight this still. Yeah, Baron buff on everybody else, but they just lost their top laner.
Yeah, they don't want to commit when the Keeper's Verdict could break up this fight and they lose more members. So that's a Baron buff out of the picture immediately. Really nice push play and good patience coming through from Yukino and Tenacity. And it makes sense. You play through who is strong right now, and at 2 items, Tenacity is a very strong boy, despite TLC being the ones taking control of this game.
You gotta watch out for the Camille that is not in vision. That's what I'm talking about, baby. Gotta give respect. And also, props to the creativity of DSG for going for a play like that. I mean, sometimes it can feel cheesy when it's like, oh, they just waited in a brush and just waited for somebody to walk up. But we don't see those types of plays that often, actually. And it's surprising, considering how effective they can be when you're just willing to play patient. You're willing to let them walk into you.
And now TLC trying to set up a similar situation for themselves, getting prio mid and bot, and now just clearing out what vision they can, and just setting up that presence. You can see the wards on that bottom side of the map. They basically have an idea of almost everywhere, or pretty much everywhere, that DSG can come from when approaching this mid lane. So it's going to be an easy way for them to get that fast track to this Drake. That is their soul. So this is a tough spot for DSG, but you do kind of want to contest this dragon. I don't think you want to let this go.
But if you're DSG, you also don't mind this taking a while, because this is the Baron buff timer. So TLC, yeah, they're spending this time to get priority for vision, but they're not spending this time utilizing the Baron buff itself. They lose priority mid. If they were there earlier, this wave is still there. This Baron buff would have been on it. So I actually think DSG are favored right now.
It's tough. It depends on Tenacity. He's trying to look for these angles, trying to find a way to get on top of Roamer and Spawn. That's the big way these fights are going to go in DSG's favor. Look at him now.
He's walking all the way around that side. I kind of want Tenacity to position behind the dragon instead. Right now he's spotted on the wave. He can start hitting it, but I mean, as long as Camille's over there, TLC can be confident for Spawn to unload damage onto the dragon itself. Is Jenkins having a 1v1 against Tenacity? This seems to be the focus for DSG. They want to go onto the Gnar instead of everybody else. Well, Kim down, gets onto Poom. Rampage for Spawn. Jenkins still alive. He's just buying time, buying space. There's no smite nearby, but TLC, they don't commit to the dragon. Flashing the wall for Spawn. He's doing so much damage. That's a double kill, but he will fall. Dragon Soul secured. A scrappy fight from both sides. TLC trying to answer 2 fronts at once. They will still get the objective, but now can they get Young and Toma? That Cellport coming out from Tenacity. Stun onto Roamer.
They just need to walk away.
More, jumps over the wall. Tomo getting real aggressive, but he's just buying space. He's baiting back in TLC so that Tenacity can get over the wall. Young's got the damage. Tomo's got the damage. Keel's got no health bar. And that's a shutdown for Tenacity.
A nice play from DSG to try and get more kills on the exit, but this is still a W for TLC because at the end of the day, they walk away with the Ocean Soul. A big buff that's going to help them in this fight, and I'm glad we're watching a replay because look at Jenkins. I think that's the big difference maker in this team fight. This focus onto the Gnar is just kind of unlucky with the Hextech ultimatum and good quick thinking here to be able to jump over to the other side. Tenacity can't damage him for so long. He's keeping 2 core members of DSG away from this fight for so long, and by the time he finally dies, the damage is done. Spawn's able to get a kill, the Ocean Soul is secured, and most of TL walk away.
I know that I was hyping up Tomo a lot in that game 1. But Spawn, similar story, similar trajectory, has had that experience on the LCS stage, still competing here in the NACL. But back-to-back games, Spawn has had fantastic performances, flashing over that wall.
Yeah.
Just to go for the kill out of Yukino is absolute insane behavior, but I love to see it.
Yeah.
And yeah, they just basically given the Dragon Soul right there, and what could have maybe been DSG's way back into this game.
Yeah.
DSG have a gold lead, 2,000 in their favor, but Dragon Soul's worth a lot of stats on its own.
It sure is. And then really quick on that Tomo, or rather on that Spawn point. I know last summer we wanted Spawn to be more aggressive, and I think since then, I've never had that complaint ever again, for better or worse.
Yeah.
Flashing forward like that is just par for the course with this guy, and when it works, it looks great.
Yeah, Spawn known for going for those types of plays every now and then. Can he make it work back-to-back? No flash this time around. Tenacity with a huge flank. Massive engage. Coming in from DSG on the front line. Kim Down just can't quite get in there. Double kill to Young. And now Tenacity locking down Rover. He's in trouble. Keel just can't buy him space. Jenkins doesn't have the rage bar. Now going for it. Doesn't quite get the damage onto Tenacity. The flash forward, the last auto, not enough. DSG are limping away, but they are still standing.
ITL just trying to make sure that DSG can't get too much out of this one. No, he'll be fine. He's got red buff. Okay. And I think the saving grace for TL is that Baron isn't really an option right now. Tomo is too low. Yukino, a sliver of health. But you know that's what they're looking for. In fact, Tomo cancels his back.
He's still here.
Oh, yeah.
I think they imagine a pick onto Keel.
This is tough. I mean, Roamer is up soon. He has teleport. Spawn is walking. This is kind of a dangerous start for DSG.
I think they have to peel off. Oh, wait.
Yeah.
Tomo just jumped over the wall. Now goes back to the Baron. This is real sloppy from DSG. I don't know how this is going to turn out. Keel could look to get in the pit. He's got the team around him. Teleport coming in from Roner. They're all going to be here. Baron, very low. He's got to get in there. Looking for the smite steal.
Oh my
Keel
God!
gets it! And he follows Tenacity over the wall on top of it. TLC will say thank you for the leash. We'll take the Baron. We'll take the team fight.
High risk for zero reward. DSG try to start the Baron, and the game collapses as a result. They lose 2 members, and TLC have the second Baron in their pockets. And there's still all these tier 2 turrets. And TLC are about to get mountains of gold into their pockets.
What an insane call from DSG, thinking that they had the right to be there. TLC say, bet. We have the numbers, we have the teleports, we have the health bars, and they're able to get the Baron buff, walk this wave forward, and now start the siege on the inhibitor turret, but without enough of a mid wave, I think they actually are going to back off here. Okay, so no siege yet, just take the top turret instead, but now they have the Dragon Soul and the gold lead. Right at that moment, it felt like DSG still had some avenue in this game, and it's not over till it's over, but it's looking rough.
I mean, I will say, I like the call to back now. Just spend whatever gold you have and spend the next minute or so, setting up for the Elder Drake. The Soul's been gone for a while. It's a minute plus till we have the strongest buff in the game available on the map, Kangas, and this is where games are decided. So this is what TLC wants to focus on. They still have the Baron giving them easy prio to ensure they have the good setup. Remember, we talked about this. Walking into TLC's comp is really hard, so DSG have their work cut out for him. Tenacity has to
He's
find
got
the
teleport.
angles.
He's got teleport, but he does not have a teleport flanking ward to get onto. He's got the bottom wave. That's still pretty far away, but that is a massive wave now that I'm looking at it. Tenacity's also pushing topside. So yes, TLC, they have the priority mid, but they do not have priority in the other 2 lanes. Yukino's not on this side of the map, though, and that Elder Dragon spawning in 40 seconds. Yukino's got time. It's going to have to be an approach here from DSG through the vision. It was just dropped down by TLC. But this is not the ideal setup, I would say, for either team. Wait, Tenacity's teleporting topside? Yeah.
Oh, he wants to angle onto spawn, it looks like. He may have dodged a lot of vision, so there's a play here.
Yeah, I don't think that they know where Tenacity is.
Oh,
Got the flash available. Now they know where he is. Okay, didn't get a lot done with that teleport. Could have been exciting. Poom does have a flank himself, though. That's where the excitement is. Can he get into the brush? Oh, he's going to be spotted, too. Oh, all these little windows where it feels like DSG might just have the big flank, the big play, the big hero moment. They're just not able to find it. Yukino's tanking poke now from Roamer. Severing Bolts will do a lot at this point in the game, and Elder Dragon has been started. Tenacity still on vision, still not with the team yet. Focus is on the Dragon. Big root. Yukino's in trouble. He's got to get in there. Can Yukino go for the steal? It's Tomo!
What?
Tomo takes the Elder Dragon? Are you kidding me? DSG just suddenly found a way to win this game, and it was off the back of TLC missing the smite. I have to imagine DSG can just march his bot wave in. Nobody was touching that the whole time. This game's over.
How about Disguised, everybody? Taking it to TLC, giving them their first loss of the split. And at the end of a 3-game banger, no less, Kangas. What else could we hope for?
I cannot believe that just happened. And I cannot wait for the eventual replay. We're going to need to watch that back to see what happened to Keel. His smite was on cooldown. Not sure how that transpired, but well done, DSG. They'll take it. Elder Dragon in the game, and they win their first series.
Wow. And what a way to win, too, Kangas. You know?
I mean, what do you say at that point?
Keel's kicking himself after that one. That feels bad. I mean, we're going to take another look. I'm pretty sure Keel smited too early. So, I mean, let's just take a look and see exactly what went down. This seemed perfect because look at Yukino. He is nowhere nearby. He is not in smite range. This is Keel's Dragon through and through, and he didn't smite, I guess.
Yeah. So I saw the smite on cooldown, but he used it in the team fight afterwards. I guess there was just enough burst from everybody else around that he didn't expect that. He went for the Q smite. Smite just didn't go out in time. At least that's what it seemed like from that replay. That's going to be another one of those moments. Every game has moments where players go back, and I swear they are watching those 10 times over like, what went wrong? What did we need to do in that moment? And that just unfortunately happened to be the most critical moment in the entire series. But Tomo gets it. DSG win the fight and beatdown. They are no longer winless here in the summer split. They get a series win.
They do, and I think this is a great start for DSG. I mean, last week they didn't have their full roster. Now they're here, and they're here to play. So it's a great look, especially with how they struggled last split, to see them kind of bounce back like this here in summer.
Yeah, crazy performance right there. And I gotta say, very resilient squad. It's kind of an awkward game to end the series on because it felt like, they were so far behind. They had moments where they could have, made probably better macro calls, specifically around that Baron. But at the end there, they did have the waves pushing. Tenacity's teleport felt a little unconventional, but it did set them up for that eventual Dragon fight. And I feel like their side lane control still had a lot of promise. Like you had mentioned before, Tenacity is playing more like the Tenacity that was promised, where he is able to win these side lanes.
Yeah, 100%. And I think, honestly, too, I do want to give some credit to Team Liquid, because I think their early mid-game has actually been pretty consistently good as far as, like, the back half of a spring split, and we're still seeing that come through now. It's just some of these moments, like Game 1. It was one team fight that went badly in a game that it looked like they were winning it out. At this one, they were looking really good towards the end, but it's just one fight mid lane. Doesn't go their way.
That's one of those games where
the Elder Dragon.
You can chalk it up to DSG won that 0-3. But they still won that.
They still won that.
They still won that. But hey, at the end of the day, we can joke about it. You do still have to execute in those high impactful moments in those big team fights. So we will get a chance to chat with one of the players from DSG about those high impactful moments. The man himself, Tomo, will be joining us after a short break. Hello and welcome back, everybody, for the post-series interview. I lied, not Tomo. We got Young, the mid laner, joining us from DSG. Welcome to the show, man. Congratulations on picking up the first win of the summer split, now in full Fearless draft. Best of threes. How's the team feeling going into the season and now being 1-1 technically on the scoreboard?
I mean, we're happy we won. I'm not sure about how the way we won. We're too happy about, but a win is a win, so it feels good for sure.
A win is a win. Talk to me about that final moment, because it was pretty stressful. Snasty teleports up top side, then shows mid wave. Poob's roaming for the gank, or the flank, spotted himself, and then it just comes down to a dragon flip, and Tomo's the one that picks it up. What were the comms like? What was kind of like the visualization of the fight from your perspective?
I mean, they have a really fed Maokai, and we're just going to get multiple diseases walking in, so we're just trying to be creative and find ways to flank them or something, because, I don't know, the saplings were just killing us before we could even walk in, so we were just trying to find ways to go around them, I guess.
Now, I don't know if I have the right read or not. I don't know how loud of a guy Tomo is. In that moment, when that Elder Dragon stolen, what noise came out of Tomo's microphone? I gotta hear a recreation if you could do it.
It was just oh, we won. He got the Elder, and we'll just win the fight. He just won the flip, so.
Just straight to business. That sounds kind of like Tomo. Well, I mean, the team finding some success right now, like you said, maybe not the way you wanted to win, but a win is a win. How do you feel about your own performance in this series and also kind of your form currently in the summer split?
I think I wasn't playing well. I think I played all right this series, but I definitely think I could be playing a lot better. I think I'm just warming up and getting used to stage games again and like just getting back into it. So, like so.
What about form for the summer overall? Do you feel confident in yourself and the team going forward, or do you still feel like there's stuff that you need to work on?
Yeah, I think we're improving at a pretty fast rate. I'm enjoying scrimming. I miss scrimming because the offseason was pretty long, so I'm pretty confident in like my ability to grow and our team's ability to grow as well.
Cool. Well, I got to ask, because this is the developmental league and NACL, looking up to LCS. I want to start asking players down here their opinions. Who do you think the best mid laner is in the league right now in North America?
In NACL?
In LCS or NACL.
Oh, in
if you think
LCS?
it's an NACL.
Oh, in LCS?
Who's the best mid laner that we got right now?
I mean, for LCS, I think like Quid is really good. It looks like APA is playing really well too. Quid APA. JoJo's been playing all right as well. And for NACL,
All right, cool.
Romer was definitely a really good mid laner, so I'm glad we got to take him down. He's up there. He's one of the best.
How happy are you that Quad's no longer in the league?
Oh, I'm pretty happy, honestly. But I mean, if he was still here, it'd be fun to play versus him. So
True. Good learning lessons.
Yeah.
Well, thank you so much for coming on, Young. Anything else that you want to say to anybody at home?
Again, the ESG Patreon. I don't know if my boss is watching, but $5 usual. Just pay me.
Like the Patreon, as usual. Thank you so much for coming on, Young. Congratulations on picking up the first series win. With that said, though, we're going to send it to a short break before we're back for our next series.
Yeah.
Hello and welcome back, everybody, as we prepare for our second series of Week 2, Day 2 of the NACL. And Beatdown, you were so close to being my friend, but then right before we went live, you slandered me to the producers. And now I got to out you on broadcast to everybody. So we're going to keep that going, see if you can maybe redeem yourself by the end of the day.
I have 3 games to do it.
Yeah, well, maybe only 2.
It's going to be
maybe only 2.
It's gonna be
you think it's going to be 3? Okay, well, let's talk about the teams ahead of us because the schedule for the day, we got 1 series in the books with TLC versus DSG. Shoutouts to Disguised for taking that one. But right around the corner, we got Winthrop University taking on FlyQuest Challengers, NZXT. Is it Winthrop University really, though?
Yes, for the moment, we are going to say, the name there is WU, that's the code. It's Winthrop University, and of course, FlyQuest are spring champions with Bradley in the mix instead of Quad, who we've mentioned a couple times now these past 2 weeks, promoting over to the LCS, and this is going to be an exciting one.
We'll come back to Winthrop later,
Yes.
but let's take a look at FlyQuest Challengers
Sure.
NZXT first. Like you said, returning champions. This squad made one change, and that was because LCS called in the backup. Quad moved up. Bradley lane swapping back into the mid lane, and they still have not given him a jersey. We're going to keep the day counter going until Bradley gets justice for that jersey. At some point, it's coming. Yeah?
Can I just really say, how hard does Bradley look in the middle there? Black shirt surrounded by FlyQuesters. I'm just saying, bro, like, that's hard. I think they should keep that.
Is that actually Bradley's body? I'm not going to look too closely at it.
Don't look
but
too
the rest
closely.
Of the roster,
I'm just going to say this is Bradley.
A lot of people are going to be looking at Surdy as the big superstar of this team. He's been the talk of the offseason, the big ranked climbs on the solo queue ladder, and for good reason. He's hyped up. But the rest of the team, along with himself, struggled in week 1. I think that they still have to shake off some rust from the offseason. But let's take a look at the opposition, because I said maybe. Maybe they're Winthrop University, but I'm not too sure. Let's see what Destrix has to say about it.
St. Louis Uni, yeah. St. Louis Uni, St. Louis Uni, yeah. St. Louis Uni, yeah. St. Louis Uni, St. Louis Uni, yeah.
Yeah, so it's Winthrop University, right?
Yeah,
and
Denethor. And Denethor.
It's SLU. It's SLU Woo. I think that's what the tweet said that they put out earlier today. A combination roster. Winthrop University has a spot, but they are utilizing the core of the collegiate champions in SLU.
That's right. I mean, Denethor, of course, as the song says in Denethor, he is the only member from the previous iteration of Winthrop who was participating in NACL, and a player we are pretty excited about. From his showings in the promotion tournament. But yeah, it's the rest of St. Louis University, again, who overcame Maryville University, who are now playing in this league under the banner Dragonsteel, who beat FlyQuest quite handedly last week. So, I told you earlier, Kangas, I didn't want to be the transitive properties guy, but maybe just for the sake of the moment, I will be, because that means Winthrop are better, right? Is that how
I think so.
works?
Yeah. I'm pretty sure that is how that works. Also, I think that Winthrop University saw our hype video about more. They saw more colleges and were like, oh, we can do even more.
We crammed 2 colleges into one.
Yeah, a little bit there. So a combination SLU Woo. Will they have enough in the tank? Because they have not played yet this split. Important to note, they're the last team to not have a series. A lot of teams have finished 2 series already. Most of the teams, in fact. But we have not yet seen Winthrop University take to the Rift. So it's going to be our first insight into how things look for them.
That's right. I mean, we have players, even though this is St. Louis University, who we haven't really seen in the NACL system, these are players who we have seen over these past couple of years. I mean, Winnie, Darkwings, the core we saw last year, I believe it was on Wildcard at some point. I want to say in spring. That was what we saw. And Winnie's a player who I think we've had some mixed feelings on. A player who I think has been, he's had his ups and downs. He had some great moments when he played for Wildcard Red a couple of years ago. He had some down points last year. But honestly, I think he just deserves a pat on the back for how he's able to play in CLOL recently, earning that championship for himself for the first time, and that's got to be a good feeling.
Yeah, it didn't have the deepest run on Wildcard, but if you remember in spring, Wildcard was also basically the SLU core, so it's kind of a...
That's true.
This is just like mercenaries going around, hopping on these different rosters.
That's what collegiate is, man.
Essentially. What we do when we talk about Winnie, we always like to say Winnie comps, Winnie drafts, Winnie teams. When Winnie is on a team, it oftentimes feels like he is going to be the engine for that team and be the shot caller to make action happen. In the draft phase, does not seem like they're prioritizing that super early, as they will instead give tools to Aaron, also a bot laner that Winnie was playing with last spring on Wildcard. So Ash, very strong in the meta, gives a lot of engaged tools for the team. And also, if you know how to play her well, can still do well in lane.
Yeah, and Aaron is a player who, I mean, we talked about how the new awards we had last split. Aaron was my personal vote for most improved player because last year he had played, he had jumped in halfway through on CLG Faith, Kangas. I know you remember that roster very fondly, surely. And it was tough. And I'm going to be straight up, he sucked. But spring of this year, what a glow up this man had. has actually become a pretty good AD carry, and that was kind of why he had my vote over Scary Jerry, who obviously won it and, deserved. Good job, Scary Jerry.
And he's up against Sajed, the superstar rookie player coming in here. During that finals on stage at the LCS studio for Spring, gets a pentakill in game 1. Absolute crazy stuff coming in. That was the second pentakill of the entire playoffs too. So Sajed, no slouch in his own right. The bot lanes will be exciting to watch going forward here, as FlyQuest Challengers put a lot of investment into their rookie bot laners lately. Masu, Sajed, both of them.
True.
Looking like they got bright futures ahead of them. And it's going to be Sajed on the Ziggs with then Corky mid lane, I'm assuming, for Bradley. I guess they could flex it around if they really want to, but conventionally we see them in bot and mid respectively.
Yeah, usually. And we're already seeing the early top lane pick there for Denethor. They're just going to grab him, the Cassante, as soon as possible. I mean, is kind of the safe blind of the patch. In fact, the safe blind of every patch since he's come out. So there's really not much else to say about that one. Dark Wings with the Hui, you do have some of that range and poke like alongside the Ash W. And this is the champ that I think is, I don't want to say slept on, it's picked decently often, but I really think needs to be in that conversation with Tristana for like S tier mids on this patch.
Yeah, Hui does provide a lot of, I honestly think pivotal like creativity in a draft, because you can either opt for additional poke alongside it, or facilitate it with more frontline, or facilitate it with split pushers and then let Hui be the backline damage and let the split pusher kind of pull people away. It feels like it just gives you a lot of options because of the range that it provides. But I want to also talk about the top lane matchup here, because Surdy's logging in Renekton as a counter pick into that Cassante. Reminder, Surdy also on the slew roster that won CLOL. So he's going up against a lot of his old teammates. There are multiple CLOL champions that you see on your screen. In fact, entire roster coming together here. SkyTech coming in for Winthrop University here. So who's stronger, Surdy or the rest of the collegiate champions on his collegiate champion roster? That's the question.
I mean, are we including Surdy's teammates in FlyQuest, or what's the deal here?
No, just Surdy versus.
I mean, have you seen Surdy? He's kind of jacked. He could carry his own.
Oh, we're
range.
talking about IRL. Oh,
I
yeah.
mean,
Absolutely.
You know what I mean? So I'm gonna my money's on Surdy. I'm sorry.
Surdy's got some crazy gym numbers, by the way. I've talked to him about those in the past, but if I bring it up now, I'm gonna get very sidetracked. Vi, Alistair banned away with Leona banned as well, so a lot of engaged. I mean, this is all engaged for the second round of draft choices. Neither of these teams particularly want the other to have the say in when we go in, but there is one pivotal pick left, and that is the Nautilus.
Yeah, really happy to get that one for Chime for the side of FlyQuest NZXT. And it just means that there are other, I'm trying to think of other engage options that I'm kind of drawing a blank at this point. Leona's out, Alistar's out.
I mean, Rel we saw in the last series. You could really dig down into that.
Sure, I think
Pantheon?
that's kind of an angle. I mean, sure, if you were there instead of SkyTech. To be fair, SkyTech's one of those players. He plays the fun supports, but this time he's playing. Okay, he's playing Rel. We got baited.
Oh, I thought that was locked in. We did get a little baited.
Yeah, so did I. It happens.
Yeah, all right, Rel versus Nautilus. Interesting to see Rel creeping back up in priority. I mean, Fearless drafts, we're always going to see picks that are not the most conventional at the pro play. But early on, this is game 1 of a Fearless draft, is why it's a little more surprising to me, as Maokai also locked in. So these are the only Hui, Cassante, Maokai games we're going to get. I got to say, not hating what Winthrop's putting together here.
No, not really. And it's just kind of similar to what we saw early on in the previous series from Heal, on the side of TLC. You have that long-range engage when you're playing that Maokai, and I think that's a great way to deal with the kind of poke and range that FlyQuest have so far, kind of flirting with that potential R5 Zyra. So this ability to kind of engage from long range and lock people down, I think is going to be really useful, especially if you can clump people up for that big spiraling displayer coming through from Dark Wings. Plus, you have a lot of pick potential with the Ashe, which is part of what makes her so popular right now on this patch.
Yeah, the Ashe is going to be a scary thing for FlyQuest to deal with, because outside of a Nautilus and I guess Renekton, not the biggest front line, but neither of those are true dedicated tanks that can just absorb infinite damage. And they pivot away from the Zyra into the Brand. I'm curious what the reasoning is behind that. I know both of them can just power farm through the jungle. I mean, when I kind of think about the difference in the champs and their kids, Brand's going to be more team fight damage, spreading it out, whereas Zyra's more like peel, and it's hard to walk into her. It's a little less scary to walk into the brand. But I kind of like the Zyra more when you're looking at something like a Rel, like a Cassante, like a Maokai, a lot of melee champs that will have to walk into that range.
You know what's funny? I actually disagree. I like the brand better because you have enough space creation tools. When we saw Yukino play it earlier, the only front line was Nautilus, and that was kind of a problem because you are vulnerable. If you get picked off, well, all your damage is useless because you're dead. But you have Surdy on this Renekton making space for you as well. Winthrop's comp overall also want to clump up.
Oh! That was funny. Keep going.
Winthrop's comp is sort of a death ball here. So you're going to get, again, a lot of value from this brand damage. That ultimate, the passive, everything. So I like the move there from Shaden.
Okay.
And I like the comp overall from FlyQuest Challengers. I'm going to say it.
Well, you got the beat down seal of approval.
Yeah.
Over to the side of FlyQuest Challengers. Let's see if that will be enough. Currently, chat believes in them. Spam FlyC if you believe in FlyQuest Challengers NZXT. Spam WU if you believe in definitely Winthrop University. Let us know who you're supporting or who you believe in based on the draft in chat. As the teams are taking to the Rift, minions have spawned. No early action, just some invades. And now, actually, Chime looking for another repeat mid. That's the Hex Flash over the wall. Huge chunk onto Dark Wings.
Well...
Oh, he shakes his butt at him, too.
Support Diff, man. I don't know what to tell you. At this point, Dark Wings, at least he holds on to his flash, but he has to chug the health pots immediately, and you give Bradley that extra bit of, that extra bit of an advantage in the mid lane, which has got to feel good. Already a great thing for a player who is exciting to follow. Yeah, agreed. Mental edge. But yeah, Bradley, I don't know if you've heard me say this, Kangas, but my favorite thing about this offseason was Bradley coming back to mid lane.
Yeah.
Because this is actually his first time in Challengers as a mid laner, even though that's how he started out.
It is crazy to think about that. We didn't even have Challengers back when Bradley was playing mid lane last. A lot of people will know him as a top laner.
Yeah.
The 2 Chainz top laner for Team Liquid Academy back in their, spree, their run. Players like Jan, players like Armeo making the jump up to LCS after that run.
Yep.
Ayla as well, so 3 out of 5 currently in the LCS. Bradley was not able to make that jump, and he's struggled to find the same success without that roster around him. Now back into the mid lane, now WU's bot lane. Pushing in onto Sajed and Chime, getting a good chunk onto that Ziggs. But yeah, jury's still out on Bradley in the mid lane. It's going to maybe take some time for him to get back his mid lane legs.
Yeah, I will say, when he played on CCG to qualify the NACL early on, he was the best mid laner in qualifiers. So it definitely felt like he kind of just picked up where he left off when he was a really promising rookie early on, a couple of years back at this point. I gotta say, I will quickly say, Bradley, I think in the first series that FlyQuest played against Dragonsteel, not his best performance. So maybe there is that adjustment period as he joins FlyQuest. Maybe he needs to get a jersey first, but he is still a player that I think is very promising.
But guys, I'm not going to take these games seriously until I'm seriously part of the team. Engage on the Sajed bot lane as the flash available. Will use it. Ignite still taking down. Aaron can't get in range. Sajed barely alive.
I mean, it does cost Sajid's flash, so it's still worth it. That pressure from the Ashrel is really starting to pay off on that bot side. You usually pick something like the Ziggs just because of how safe you tend to be farming in lane. But that is just not the case for Sajid this time around.
Big trades from Denethor. The Conqueror stacked up for Surdy. Jumps back in. Ghost used by Denethor. Surdy does get a little bit of a heal, but still in trouble. Shaden's there. Denethor's going to have to try and dodge the Q, and Shaden's just wasting time. I love the call. Nice. First blood to Surdy.
Hey, just really nicely done from this top lane duo of FlyQuest Challenger. I mean, we talk about Surdy being a player who definitely should move up already. I think Shaden's another one who we kind of have begun to agree also deserves that move up. He's shown some time in LCS when he played for EG. Oh!
Ooh. Okay, Sky
okay, it's fine. It's
White
fine.
taking the full crash down, yeah.
But yeah, Shaden is also very good, is what I'm trying to say.
I echo the sentiment. We've heard the stories that both of those players would have been in LCS, as now, nice hook there onto Aaron. Flash available, he flashes forward. One Sajed. No summoner spells available on the Ziggs. Now can Chime get a 2-for-1 trade? The Nautilus pretty big right now. Skytech has the shield. Chime waiting for the Q cooldown. Hits it.
Hey, Chime, come on.
Take a lot of damage. Skytech
No,
can't
it's
flank
fine,
it in range. All right, 1-for-1 trade. Support picks up one, AD carry picks up the other.
I was going to say, you're very happy about that trade if you are Winthrop, especially because Winnie's going to go ahead and smite the crab, and as long as he walks away, it's super chill.
Yeah, says Bradley, you're my express train out of here.
Yeah. What a great opener coming through from the bot lane of Winthrop University. And Aaron, one thing I didn't like about him last year, he would not participate in fights. He was afraid to walk forward. Look at him now. A year later, Kangas, flashing forward, securing his first kill. They grow up so fast.
They really do, man.
They do.
These Winthrop players, you know? Aaron, though, the confidence to flash forward instead of back in those types of situations is what you like to see at this level. The NACL is all about developmental. It's all about pushing your limits, showing what you got. Those are the types of moments that can start to build you a reputation. So happy to see a player like Aaron stepping up to the plate, doing just that. Huge CS lead in the bot side. This is Zig's pick not really paying off for FlyQuest Challengers right now, as Denethor also has a massive wave crashing topside. I didn't even really see what had, or rather, Surdy has a massive one that Denethor's trying to catch her. I didn't really see like what had happened in the interim there, but Surdy's got like twice the CS numbers on Denethor.
Yeah, I mean, to be fair, there's a big wave crash under the turret, so that will even up a little bit. But yeah, Surdy definitely has a lead. Part of it is the extra stats from that recall. Remember, he picked up first blood because of the gank that Shaden came up with. That means he gets that extra little bit of AD that he's going to be coming back to lane with. And at that point, I mean, Renekton's early game is already great, and it just became that much greater. So now it's proxy time for Denethor.
And now it is also pause time for our broadcast. We'll keep you updated on what the reason for the pause is once we have it, but hopefully it's going to be a quick one so we can get back into it. But I want to keep the conversation about the top lane because we gave the Surdy side of the argument. You know, he's topping all these crazy records in his solo queue grinds. He's been at this level where we're just like, when is he going to make LCS? Like, there's only so much you can prove at the NACL, at the Tier 2 level before there's no more arguments against why you should be at the next level. I want to talk about Denethor because he's at the completely opposite end of his career so far. He's just getting started. Collegiate player coming up through Winthrop University's developmental system. I got to talk with him last year at NACL 2023, and I asked him on stage. I was like, yeah, like what are your goals? What do you see for yourself? And he had the confidence then to say, I want to make LCS. I actually think I'm good enough that I can make that push, make that run. And he has been participating in every combine, every tryout, every chance he had during any offseason, Champs Queue as well, to grind this game. And rough start for the matchup against Surdy, but you got to credit Denethor for at least the work ethic and how bad he wants it.
100%. You love to see players commit like that, show that kind of hunger, to just give that opportunity to prove themselves. It's really nice to see from Denethor, a player who, I mean, Winthrop University, before acquiring wildcard spot, and they tried to qualify through the promotion tournament many times. And those last couple of times, a lot of us had our eyes on Denethor as a player who we think could already keep up at the NACL level. So it's nice to see that he's made it here.
As we come back to live, though, Winnie's just trying to keep Bradley sticking around because Aaron's nearby, and so is SkyTech. Denethor jumps forward. Winthrop University looking for an invade onto Shaden. No flash available for the brand. Low mobility jungler. He's just going to try and get as much damage down as he can, but who will get the kill credit? He might be out. Wait, Surdy!
Oh,
he turns
Denethor.
the play! Denethor's looking for it. Will at least get one, but FlyQuest Challengers still trade up.
They sure do, Kangas, and it was off Winthrop trying to stop FlyQuest from getting too many grubs. So even though they do stop Shaden from getting the first three, that play just ends up being a catastrophe. The only bright side is that because SkyTech was on the top side, Sajid has some alone time with that bot side turret. But we're going to look at the play again.
I mean, FlyQuest Challengers get everything here because they trade up in the kills, and like you said, they get the wave bot, they get the plate bot. Winthrop University, if they kill Shaden fast, great, but they just don't have the damage. Like, these are tanks.
I mean, I was going to say, this is early game Maokai, this is early game Rel. Once the combo is done, Winnie knows he needs to walk away. So even though Denethor makes it happen with the all-out, he has to go way too deep to make it happen.
And now back to live. FlyQuest Challengers are on to the Dragon. 2,000 gold lead. Along with the early objectives, they got 2-for-1 grubs. They get the Dragon neutral objective, and looking like a great start for FlyQuest Challengers. It's going to be the next one as a mountain. Nice. I like the little zoom in. Thank you, Kai.
Yeah.
Look cool.
I mean, we honestly don't pay attention sometimes, Kangas, so, you know, it's good that they just make it really easy for us.
Honestly, I need more of that in my life.
There you go.
just like, hey, look at this thing, and then just zoom in really close.
Oh, yes.
Guy, what do you want us to look at next? Zoom in on something else next. Let's get that ward. Oh, maybe let's not get that ward, Skytech. You are kind of in trouble here as a backup of Darkwings, though, and actually it's Chime and Bradley that are looking to back off.
Shaden's here.
Shaden's nearby, has the Pyroclasm available, throws it out. That's going to be a lot of damage coming in for the Brand, and it's too much for Winnie. Brand passive will get the kill. Skytech looks to trade one back. Shaden's in a lot of trouble, has to flash away. Darkwings flash forward. One final auto will get him, and he looks for Bradley, too. Not enough, as the Comet doesn't land. Almost a double kill to Winthrop's mid laner.
And pay no attention to that message. That was why we had to pause before. Everything is totally fine, guys. And,
everything's okay. Not on fire.
Chill. I mean, everything's fine if you're FlyQuest. They're up 2,000 gold, Kangas. Things feel great. And even though Darkwings, pretty nice play to somewhat try and even things out, it still doesn't change the fact that FlyQuest are really happy with how this early game has gone so far. Oh my god, Surdy.
Yeah, that was, he's playing on the edge right here.
Yeah.
But I want to talk about the way the FlyQuest approached their first series and how those games went for them, because I think it's important to remind people of kind of the context of why we have them favored and why they're 0-2. 0-1 in series score, but 0-2 in game score. In their first series, they had games where it felt like they should win. Like they were in the enemy base. They were knocking on the Nexus turrets.
Yeah.
And there's just little misplays. Chime and Shaden go in for different targets. Surdy in a side lane, not actually playing for the team, but playing for himself. Sometimes when you play that much solo queue, it can be a detriment when it comes back to competitive 5v5. I'm hoping that we don't see those same mistakes from FlyQuest challengers, because we know that they can get these leads. But what they showed in their first series is sometimes they still have sloppy play. They're going for a dive top onto Denethor. Cassante with sums and ultimate available, and Winnie's nearby. They got to kill him fast, and they do! Oh, Surdy does do a lot of damage.
I mean, play safe, man. What else can you do in that kind of situation? It is just so brutal. In fact, it works so nice. They're going to try it twice.
Oh, yeah. I mean, Winnie's going to try and get out, but there's just no escape. Surdy is on a rampage and not slowing down anytime soon.
All right, Kangas. I need you to breathe with me. I'm gonna look up something that might be a little scary.
Okay.
All right.
I breathe. Now what?
Oh,
Ash
God.
Arrow.
I wasn't breathing.
It's on a Shaden. A lot of damage from Darkwings. Maybe the savior that Winthrop need. This way is getting gold in his pocket. Surdy's a problem. That might just be a future problem. If we can get the Hui online, this is a win con for Winthrop.
And we saw another win con right there. It's that Ash Arrow again. Chances Crystal Arrow coming through from Aaron can set up a lot of potential picks, especially if you get that hit onto Shaden. Being able to, that's kind of like the one downside about these really strong power clearing junglers. You pick them off, they die really easily.
And we do see, because of that pick onto that jungler. Oh, actually, Darkwings.
Get him.
For the 1v1 against Sajed. And now Chimes around on the flanks. Darkwings is going to die. The question is, how long will it take? Can he do any damage on the Sajed in the meantime? Actually, is able to walk away. Nah, depth charge will be more than enough. And there we go. 2 ults invested, but FlyQuest do get the kill. Meanwhile, Winthrop got 3 more grubs. That's 4. So they actually do have some spawning now.
Yeah, it's tough because I don't really foresee anyone hitting any turrets, and I'm really glad that our observer Kai is pointing out the fact that Surdy has gotten part of every plate on the top side. And I'm going to do the scary thing again, Kangas. I hope we have a second to appreciate this, because... I mean, that was a little awkward.
Don't look at the W, look at the side of the screen. That's a lot of gold.
The fact that 4 out of 5 of FlyQuest are at the top of the charts, and Surdy is still so much further ahead of the second highest.
He is 3,000 ahead of Denethor right now. He turned that one gank into an absolute mountain of an early game lead. 12:45 on the clock. There's still plates for another minute.
Yeah, and even though it took Sajed a little while, he managed to collect the rest on the bottom side. That demolition from FlyQuest is pretty insane, and this gold lead means this next fight is probably going to suck for Winthrop. I don't think they should take it.
Surprised that Shaden and Chime didn't actually go for a play on a Winnie right there. I feel like brand damage with the Nautilus knockdown, or lockdown rather, would be enough, but instead they just want to go for the Dragon. 5,500 gold lead, the second dragon into their pocket, and they already have 2 turrets, both outers in the top and bot lane. Liquid Challengers are just getting everything on the Rift, and first look at Winthrop University's roster for the summer split. Reminded that this is their first series of the summer split. Not off to the best start, unfortunately, but we are still seeing hints of what could be. Aaron with the aggressive plays bot side, Dark Wings getting these subtle kills from the mid lane. So it doesn't feel doomed for them, but not the ideal start that they would want.
Yeah, I think 6K down is
Is that doomed? Am I
maybe
coping?
that's a bit of an understatement. Yeah, maybe you're
right.
coping a little bit. Especially because it's really hard. Brand, Corky, Ziggs, they just scale so hard. You get an insane lead like this, they're gonna reach those big power spikes at like 2 items so very quickly. And when that happens, this game is already hard for Winthrop to play, and it really only gets difficult. You're really at a point where the only thing you can rely on is the Ash Arrow. Throw one in the side lane. Preferably the lane that does not contain Surdy, and try to get kills off that. Yeah, I'm sorry. Like, you'd have to throw all 5 people at Surdy to kill this guy now. Like, it's unreal.
So you're saying there's a chance. That's all I heard, baby.
I like your optimism, Kangas.
Shaden getting this Rift Herald now. It's going to make almost all neutral objectives. The fact that 4 grubs were still picked up by Winthrop is big. Teleport coming in. Bradley has backup, and Winthrop immediately pull off, but not all at the same time. So Winnie's taking a lot of damage peppered here as Surdy was the one that teleported in.
Okay. Sorry, he stepped back for a moment. I got nervous. Oh, he's dead, isn't he?
He might have to flash this.
Yeah.
He is stuck in that pit.
Bradley, there you go.
Yeah, there we go. Wait for the audible. Get the summoner. Oh! Close. That's the negative lollipop gaming right there, where you're like, I wish it wasn't so thick.
Yeah, true.
I could have gotten that one.
It doesn't really change much. Look at Bradley.
Okay.
There's 3 people, and he's just running them down.
Well, Chime goes a little late on the hook, but the fact that Bradley can just do this is kind of damning to the position that Winthrop find themselves in, as they're not willing to even go up onto the Corky. Now the Herald's dropped mid. That's going to be all outer turrets. 6,500 gold lead. SkyTech looking for a flank. This could just be the last-ditch effort to find something, but the Ash Arrow goes wide. Does SkyTech still want it? Has flash available. Oh, we're not going to do it. Oh, we are going to do it.
Chime!
Instantly answered by Chime. That reaction speed was something. They will at least get Sajed. Jaden's still up, though. Dark Wings might trade for more. Chime just barely lives.
Oh,
the potion keeping him up.
That is terrifying. I actually really want to see the replay, and just to get an idea of like how much of that was reaction from Chime, and how much did he, know ahead of time. Either way, really nicely played by him to kind of minimize the loss of that play and actually turn it into a pretty decent one.
I'm pretty sure that control ward was in the brush. I'm pretty sure they did not see SkyTech there.
Yeah.
I didn't see any wards when he was walking around. So from my POV, that was just instant reaction time from Chime. Impressive stuff there. Speaking of SkyTech, though, going for a warding path, locked down in his own jungle, does crash out of the wall. Sturdy flash to follow.
He wants up.
Willing to commit the summoner spell to get another kill.
Yeah, why not? You could see he has that second item with the Sterix as well. He's so difficult to kill. He has so much health. And again, just guarantees that if you want to kill him inside, the commitment is just not worth it because you're going to lose so much elsewhere, especially because you have a Ziggs on the enemy team. So, of course, anytime you spend away defending other turrets is just that much more worse because of that champ.
And he's on the second turret. Baron hasn't even spawned. 17.5 minutes in. He's getting demolished procs on a tier 2 in the top lane. I mean, we were making Dragon Ball references earlier. I'm going to make another one.
All right, hit me.
Surdy's Broly right now, man. Like, this guy's just crazy. They're going to have to send everybody to stop him. Get some form changes. Get some fusions going, because Surdy is just untouchable. Jaden's doing the damage. Surdy is taking a lot right now. Aaron's trying to pepper him, but it's just Nash. Doesn't have enough. Oh, the hook almost lands from Chime. Barely out of range, but Likewise Challengers, even though if they play these fights not perfect, doesn't matter. They got the pocketbooks, they got the gold lead. There's just nothing Winthrop can do.
Just slapping them with their wallets at this point. We're actually going to see... Oh, cool. We are going to see the replay. I love this.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, that, like, no information. 0. And instantly, Time is like, sorry, bro.
Oh. Good reaction time.
Nicely
I'd love
done.
to see it from your supports.
You know what? I forgive him for missing those hooks earlier. You're forgiven, Time.
And, how much? We can't see the bottom
like 2
left.
health or something.
Now, yeah, that was
12 health. We
12 health, I hear. I thought it was going to be single digit, but
me too.
Almost as close as you can get. Third Dragon now picked up for FlyQuest Challengers, or at least started at FlyQuest Challengers. I do not imagine this is getting stolen, so they just keep the stacking going. And at this point, Pete, now I'm going to stop coping and say at this point is FlyQuest Challengers, how fast can they end? At this point, with this kind of lead, that's the type of question we start to ask.
And I'm so proud for how far you've come, Kangas. No longer coping about the situation here. Because, yeah, 8,000 gold up before the Baron spawn. I mean, FlyQuest could just take the Baron as soon as it shows up on the map. They can kind of do whatever they want. And that's kind of, I'm glad you bring up how fast they are to end. Sometimes, even our best teams, they mess around a little bit. They spend a little too much time, trying to cross T's, dot I's. And they give up. No, I think they just let him go.
Can't believe.
I know.
Yeah, you are right, though, the point you were just making. Sometimes teams are hesitant to end. I think that's a mark of the best teams, the ones that are able to pull that trigger fast and commit to the play. I want to call something out because there's really no negatives to talk about FlyQuest otherwise, and this is a developmental league, so we should talk about growth, talk about improvement. Shaded. Brand W does more damage if they're already ablaze. I've seen him too many times. Start a jungle camp with a W. You go EQW or QEW, then it spreads more things. There you go. Pro tip.
I love that, Kangas. Talk to him.
It's one of the few mechanics that I can talk about because brand support used to be where you played him. But anyway, Winthrop are grouped together on the top side. Speaking of Shaden, he is here. Doesn't really matter what order he does his abilities as long as he presses them. He's got the items.
Yeah.
Winthrop need to respect that.
Yeah, they sure do. Now you're seeing, this group of this 3 versus 3 will not go Winthrop's favor. In their favor.
I like flavor.
I bet you do.
What flavor are they?
I mean, what does a gold lead taste like? I don't know.
Not great, I would
Really?
imagine. Yeah, usually
I
metal
like that'd
doesn't
be
taste very
delicious.
good.
No, but like the metaphorical concept of a gold lead. What does that taste like?
Maybe like chocolate.
Okay.
Like gold chocolate coins. Like that, yeah.
There you go. That's
Those
what I'm
taste
talking
good.
about. Those do taste good. And so does winning.
People used to bite gold to prove it was gold, right? Or is that like one of those fake facts, like fake internet facts that I'm
that
just
might
making
have been
up?
like a thing on TV, It's hard to say.
I'm pretty sure I saw it. I was homeschooled. I never know what things are true and what things aren't. Here we go. Nice little pig. Ash arrow onto Chime. That's flash away. Darkwing's in trouble now. Surdy's straight on top of him, locking him down. Still has the flash. Darkwing's holding that flash at the very last moment. It might be able to turn it back around and punish Surdy, who just will not die. FlyQuest Challengers. It does not matter how much you throw at them. It does not matter how good the pick looks. They just have too much gold.
And that guarantees FlyQuest are going to be able to pick up this Baron. I mean, you got to give props to Winthrop. At this point in time, you got to try something. You just got to send it to either turn this game around, pick up some shutdowns, or end this game as quickly as you can and start thinking about the next one. And unfortunately, we're leaning towards the latter as FlyQuest pick a very early Baron and get even more gold into their pockets. We have crested the magical 10,000 gold ahead, Kangas.
At 22 minutes. That is almost 500 gold advantage per minute. Not gold per minute, advantage. That's surplus right there. Another big word that I learned.
Wow.
Yeah,
2
we're
for
really
2.
getting their beat.
Dude, we are.
Flexing on you today.
Damn. You promise?
Okay, well, now I'm blushing. Okay, what's the timer? What is our challenge for FlyQuest Challengers? They get Baron.
God. Thank you for reminding me. Guys, mods, if you're listening, let's get chat involved in this after this fight, I guess.
Will Bradley die? Put up the poll right now. He did.
I mean,
okay,
that's
good job,
terrible.
everybody who predicted no.
No, the actual poll is we got to do an over-under. Will FlyQuest end the game? 26 minutes is the over-under.
No,
and,
that's way too long.
I think 26 minutes is fair.
Okay, but Dragon's up in a minute from right now. How about 24, 30?
I'm telling you,
25.
I'm telling you 26 is the number. Don't listen to him, Mons. I know what I'm talking about. Over under 26 minutes. Chat, let's see what you got.
All right,
Also,
over
Steve,
under
what do you
26
got?
minutes. What do I got? I think it's under. I think FlyQuest literally end after this Dragon or with this Baron buff right now, and if they don't, I'm going to have words.
You know, fair enough.
And I had a threat at the end, just in case they're listening.
Yeah, true.
Oh, 30 all alone, 1v3. Can the raid boss go down? Is Broly weak enough?
No.
Right now, not even close. Sir, he just
Dude.
crushes the man.
I swear, Skytech must be Goku to this guy, because I think Surdy hates him. But, you know,
like Gohan. Actually, again, I'm not gonna pretend like I know the storyline of the Broly movies. All right, another one dies. Denethor in the side lane, and here we go. Whoever said under 26 minutes, your base beatdown picked way too high of a number because they still have the Baron buff, and look at where Darkwings is. Not even with the team. This game could end right now. FlyQuest just need the one engage. They need to keep these cannons alive. Can they push for it? No, guys, don't walk
Hey,
away.
Kangas,
Don't make me
Kangas,
sound
what were you
silly.
saying?
You're making me look silly. All right. Well, no, they're going for it. Haha, the old bait and switch. Oh, Chime misses the cue. All right. Sun lands on a Winnie, though. He's got the damage. Flash away from the Maokai. And American Sniper with the burn. Sajed gets the kill.
All right,
And they're
Kangas.
not gonna end. Oh, come on. All right.
No,
Well,
we're going to do this. What was it? 26 minutes? Weren't you saying that was too high?
It was 26 minutes.
Yeah, well, all the genius chatters who said over, you have big brains, and I love you. And if you said under, you're all right.
Yeah, you're only all right. Okay. You don't want to flame us too hard. Hey, they still have a minute. Maybe they could do it.
Maybe.
Maybe. Give me something here, Pete. I mean, I know, like, I'm making you argue against yourself, but...
Wait, what? You want me to say how FlyQuest will lose? Is that what you're asking me?
No, I wanted you to say how they would win under 26 minutes.
Oh, how they would win
but-
under 26 minutes.
Hear me out, hear me out. Surdy just runs at them.
You know,
Yeah? Not too bad, right?
if this gold graph is correct, which
Oh!
it very much is,
Oh!
Surdy running at them could very well work. So you know, you might be onto something there, Kangas. Are you? I should have asked you to breathe, man. I'm sorry.
Yeah, please, give me a heads up before that happens. All right, I think Chen's ready to end this one out, flashing over the wall. Winning.
Hey,
I think Winthrop
Skytech,
University
brother.
are also ready to get into the next one. Skytech is on a deep, like, oh, wait, here we go. Wait, this is genius. Oh, the arrow missed. But it's genius. Look at him. Gets out of the damage dealers. Unfortunately, there's just no follow-up. FlyQuest Challengers played this one too clean, and they got too massive of a gold lead. You don't get treated to shows like this often, so soak it up, everybody. This is the FlyQuest Challengers that was promised. Game one, quick work of Winthrop University. They say, welcome to the league, but we are the reigning champs, and we are angry about how last weekend went. Speed running this best-of-3 series game one. Can they do it twice in a row? Either way, they'll be happy with this one. Winthrop back to the drawing board. FlyQuest take game one.
And that's the FlyQuest we know and love, even with Quad, one of the best mid in the league last split. Moving on to LCS,
Yeah.
I mean, Bradley is fitting in pretty nicely.
That was, I don't want to beat around the bush, bit of a slaughter there. And I want to say, I don't think that this was anything, I don't want to disparage the side of Winthrop University and their roster that they brought to this match, because we know the potential that they have. Aaron showed the aggression in lane, flashing forward, getting that
cool.
early kill.
I did like
We
that.
saw Darkwings with a couple of big moments, and we saw Denethor try his best to hold the line, but the skill of this FlyQuest Challengers roster, specifically this player we're about to show you, Surdy. Learn his name if you don't know it already. He just took down, in game one at least, his old collegiate roster. He just won CLOL with them, and now he's coming to win NACL yet again.
And you know what? With such a strong performance coming through from FlyQuest Challengers today, especially bouncing back off their loss of Dragonsteel, this is what we expected from them in the beginning of the split. These guys will make top two, almost certainly barring some insane catastrophe. And this is a team that a lot of us can safely say will be going to Sao Paulo.
Yeah, and I would say even going back to last week and the performance of the team, they had leads against Dragonsteel. Surdy was still playing very well as an individual, but it felt like when you go back to how they lost those games, the big pivotal moments, they just weren't on the same page. There was like crucial misplays, crucial big impactful errors when they were in winning positions, and then they just lost off of those. It wasn't like this, oh, they got outplayed. I still think this team is going to be dominant. They just need to be patient on top of that and not over push and over aggress. Make sure that they're playing as a team still, even if they can get these individual leads. So with that in mind, let's see if they can do it twice in a row, because we're going to send it to a short break before we are back for game 2 right after this. Hello and welcome back, everybody. Game 2 right around the corner for our second series of the day, and it could be our last game of the day if it's anything like that last one. Beatdown, that was just that. Lived up to your name, a beatdown. FlyQuest Challengers crushed Winthrop University.
Yeah, there's really not much to talk about. A really good top lane gank coming through. Actually, a couple of them from Shaden towards the top side, and Surdy just kind of ran away with that so very nicely. He became a force
I'm going to say one gang top side and then one pretty aggressive overextension from the side of Winthrop, because they also invaded and got punished. Surdy picked up a couple kills from that one too. So it feels like FlyQuest Challengers were playing proactively, but also Winthrop, I think they played a little too hard into Surdy. I think maybe they overcorrected, thinking we got to shut him down, we got to play to top side, and they lost a lot for it.
I think Winthrop honestly just weren't able to do a whole lot that game, and that was kind of the problem that they ran into. We saw very few opportunities for the Ashero to actually get any pick value, and by the time Aaron was able to land some of them, like, this gold lead ran out of control very quickly. And this is a very difficult comp to play against when you start to fall behind. I mean, you're outranged for the most part by Ziggs and Corki, and if you get close, you have this Renekton and this Brand who are fed to high heaven. It's very impressive to play from behind.
From my understanding, the way you want to play the Ashe in bot lane in this current meta is you play more for lane. The arrow is a very strong tool in the bot side to actually find picks. If you're against the Ziggs, it feels great. I understand the idea of thinking we can send the Ashe up top to go for that aggressive play onto the Brand earlier, but Aaron wasn't level 6 at that point, so they didn't even have the arrow. They played for the grubs. They only got one of them. And then they gave Ziggs all these plays bot side. So I think Winthrop University, they just need to, think a little bit further ahead as to what the goal of their plays is and what the strengths of their champions are. But important to note, it's full Fearless, baby. We won't see this same comp. So let's catch everybody up on the champions that are no longer available going into game number 2.
Right, and I mean, they're the champions on your screen. Of course, still plenty of strong champions, like we were saying in the previous series, that are available to them. It's tough, too, because it feels bad when you lose, when you have some pretty strong picks there. I mean, no Ashe, no Hwei available for Winthrop anymore. They're going to have to look elsewhere to see what else they can use to essentially try and get a win out.
These are some power picks in the meta right now. Casante is a great blind pick top laner.
True.
But maybe, hear me out, maybe
I'm listening.
You don't want to blind pick into Surdy. This guy has a deep enough champ pool and deep enough understanding of how to play champs that if he gets a lead, will be able to push it to the absolute limit. And I will say, Denethor's champ pool is pretty unique. He has some cool pocket picks. His Jax is pretty good. His Gwen, very good. So, and even he does pilot the Camille too. So I feel like Denethor, if they're comfortable enough and he has the confidence to try and hands check Surdy, which is scary, they can try and get counterpick for Denethor. Maybe that could be a key to victory for Winthrop University, because if that top side falls apart again, don't see a lot of chances for them to win the game.
Yeah, I mean, I have bad news for you, Kangas. Winthrop chose blue side, so the chances of top counter pick, they go down just a little bit. I'm so really sad to inform you, but I kind of see what you're saying. And I think, even though Surdy, I think Surdy snowball top lane really good. I'm not trying to take away anything from big man in the top side.
What are you going to say, Beat?
All I'm going to say is that I think all of FlyQuest are playing a lot better than they did last week. And that's a big reason why they smashed as hard as they did.
I can jive with that. I like that.
Okay, great.
All right. Everyone's stepping up to bat, and everyone's playing on a more similar page than we saw last weekend. They played the early game very well last weekend, but the pivotal moments late game, they weren't all on the same page, and that costs them quite dearly. Now, let's see if they can shore up those weaknesses, shore up those mistakes. TF, Skarner banned early on here. What do you think are like the big priority picks left after things like the Casante are gone, things like the Brand jungle? Is Zyra rising in priority? Do we still see things like Tristana mid? What are you thinking?
I mean, Trist is always a good thing. Karthus, if that somehow makes it through this draft, is also a really good thing to look towards. Maybe we see someone bring out the Volley Bears now that that's become a very interesting pickup from what we saw early on. I actually think the Camille ban early on is pretty interesting too. I think they just maybe want to pick a tank for Denethor.
It kind of feels like they're showing their hand a little bit, like, Denethor is going to be on weak side. Let's at least take away the tank shredding split push machine in Camille. But no Karthus ban yet from FlyQuest Challengers. I actually like that nod. If Winthrop leave it up, and FlyQuest don't ban it, that could be a tool because it's just power farm for Winnie and then look for the big ult, but it's also not Winnie's playstyle. We talked about it at the beginning of the day. Winnie teams usually set him up with tools to engage, with tools to be the action starter. Maokai's not exactly that, but he still can get action going. Expecting for things maybe even like Xinjiao coming in as well.
Sure. I mean, Sejuani is another one as well that I've seen a couple bans so far today. Something we know Winnie plays a lot. Is something maybe we could see for him to be able to just be that playmaker, that go button for his team, even though the Maokai didn't end up working out for him. Oh,
Kalista.
Yeah, I mean, again, paying some respects to Aaron, and it's going to be really easy for Winthrop to go ahead and lock up Tristana. I mean, it's a good pick for Darkwings, even when I felt like he was struggling as a player last year, especially in spring. When the Tristana mid did pop up, it was a time where he did look really good.
I'm wondering if Shaden goes for the Karthus now. It's not exactly in his wheelhouse of champions I think of, but when you look at how he's been playing this split so far, it has been a lot of focus on farming junglers, and that is kind of the meta right now.
Yeah.
So I don't think it would be impossible for him to pick. And the Ezreal, keep in mind, could go mid.
Yeah.
Bradley could be piloting this because when Corki's not on the table anymore, it has been shown to be a potential counter into that Tristana.
Yeah, and I mean, already seeing the Rumble, I mean, that's nice for Surdy. It kind of gives me the inkling we probably won't see the Karthus, just because, you know, he usually likes to be solo AP. I wonder if that's an angle Winthrop will go for. I mean,
yeah, interesting draft choices here from Winthrop University. Also, shout out to Coach Deos here. We do have the updated coach for Winthrop University. So, presumably doing the draft. And there it is. Okay, so even if it's not like the go button that Winnie likes to have, it is still a very powerful meta pick. He is
100%.
piloting the Karthus.
This is a pretty insane duo right now. Probably the strongest duo on the patch. So, that's going to be a pretty easy pickup here for Winthrop. And yeah, kind of like we expected, they were going to pick for Denethor early on because of that Camille ban we saw in the first rotation. So, it's just going to be a Gnar. Just focused on team fighting, focused on setting up for the squad.
Yeah, ranged matchup into that Rumble. Harder for the Rumble to abuse you as opposed to something like a tank that will have to walk up and just tank flamethrowers to the face. So, let's see if it works out for Denethor this time around. Leona as the support locked in. Keep in mind, we had a lot of those engaged supports banned in the first game, so that's why we went to things like the Rel. And now FlyQuest Challengers could still ban out some of the other engaged supports. Alistair is kind of the other premier one right now.
Yeah, I think that's probably something SkyTech is going to be looking towards. And I'm expecting Winthrop to probably just start taking away ADs, because I'm kind of sensing what you're sensing with this Ezreal, and that it's probably going into the mid lane. I actually do like the Senna shout as well. I mean, Senna Ornn is something we could have seen Winthrop kind of round up this draft with, and I think it's something Aaron's actually quite good at. It would have been nice.
Yeah, I do like that as well. I still think that something like an Alistair might be worth it because there's not a lot of engage options on Winthrop right now. It's Mega Gnar or bust at this point, so they would like to grab something else. Sejuani, actually, no, you don't really need the Sejuani because you already have the Karthus jungle. Something crazy like Karthus bot lane, but unlikely. So Alistair ban, yeah, like I said, makes sense. Take away some of those other premier engage champions.
Yeah, I'm just like racking my brain now thinking of what else SkyTech could be running in the support. I mean, Rakan is something that could end up coming through, something he played a lot last year. It's kind of fallen in priority, but you know, in Fearless, dig deeper into the support pool.
Hear me out.
I'm listening.
Say it with me. Pantheon.
Oh,
come on.
I'm not saying
somebody's
going
to play it. Somebody's.
Oh!
Is it support Rumble?
No. It could be top Rumble.
No, I guess it could be Vayne bot lane.
Yeah, wait. Well, come on, bro. Sajid plays Vayne.
I was forgetting about the Ezreal mid.
Come on.
Okay. Blind pick, though. That's the surprising thing, because I rarely you would see something like that. Okay, if this is locked in, that's very surprising. But before let's talk about the Kog'Maw Braum.
Yeah.
That's a lot of range, a lot of scaling now on the side of Winthrop University as well, but still not a lot of engage.
Yeah, so there's a lot of indexing into the late game there for Winthrop. Of course, you have push mid. You actually have a pretty good bot lane duo there, bot side with the Kog'Maw Braum and...
All right, Beatdown had to take a seat. We got triple 80 carries from FlyQuest Challengers. It is Vayne top.
It is Vayne top.
I called it.
You did call it.
And it is Rumble in the the jungle. It's still an AP jungler, not one of the ones that we've been seeing pop up in the meta so far. At least I haven't witnessed it yet. But a very unique take on draft here for Rekko and FlyQuest Challengers.
Yeah, wow. It is kind of in that same power clearing style that we've seen with other AP junglers. It's interesting because I haven't actually seen it played in quite a while. I heard rumors that, it exists. It's being scrimmed with by teams, and FlyQuest, they feel confident enough to bring it out.
I just love the fact that Surdy is this confident, and he's like, just pick me Vayne, guys.
Yeah.
Doesn't matter that they have 280
Love
carries that outrange me. Doesn't matter that they have a Braum that's going to stop all the damage or a Karthus that's going to ult on me while I'm trying to 1v1 the Gnar. I got this. This is a confidence pick from Surdy, and this is a confidence draft from FlyQuest Challengers. Their own speed run of about 27, 28 minutes to close out a game. Currently, they're grouping around Surdy in the top lane, trying to get him an early lead here. Or can Winthrop University fight back against the defending champs?
Yeah, so looking at FlyQuest comp, it is interesting. I will say it is a very squishy comp. The only real engage that you have is Chime. You can start off fights with the Equalizer.
Yeah.
I'm sure Shaden will do that. But really, the tankiest member you have, of course, is this Leona. So looking at the other side, you have Braum, who can eat a lot of damage and poke. You have the Gnar as well. Kangas, that tells me that
what happened to
there
the
are
vote,
angles
man?
where Winthrop could win 5v5s. And I don't know, Winthrop has a lot of fans. What do you want?
Sluwoo's popping off. Also, I
Why are you
petition
hating?
instead of WU, we actually go with the hashtag that they tweeted out earlier, which is Sluwoo, because it is the Slew core with Winthrop University as the team.
I don't want to burst your bubble, Kangas, but I'm pretty sure tricodes stop at 4 letters.
Yeah, but it's a Twitch prompt, right?
Oh, for the Twitch prompt. Yeah, sure, why
For the
not?
Twitch prompt.
I mean, let's just throw consistency
I vote
out
we
the
do
window.
that in the
Whatever,
future,
man. It's not
but
important.
that's just me, okay? Either way, say W if you believe in Winthrop, Fly C if you believe in FlyQuest, Challengers, NZXT. Right now, still the collegiate representatives getting more of the fan vote here. Wonder how much of that has to do with this unique draft from FlyQuest.
Maybe.
Oh, okay.
Wow.
So we're just having fun.
I mean, after that first game, I think he's been having fun this whole series. I'm going to be honest here, Kangas. So, and looking at this comp overall, hold on.
Bradley. Bradley.
That's brutal.
Yeah, that's what happens there when you try and just go for the stat check. A lot of minions helping out Darkwings there as well. Bradley gonna wish he had that one. Back teleports back into lane. Maybe he can still look for something more into Darkwings, but early gold lead for Winthrop's mid laner. And keep in mind, Darkwings was the one that almost matched the damage of both Surdy and I believe it was Bradley, or maybe it was Shaden. Either way, the two highest damage dealers on the side of FlyQuest Challengers. Darkwings was only about a couple hundred behind them, so giving this guy a lead is scary.
For sure. I mean, it's Tristana. Really strong champ on the patch. We love to see that. Right now,
Now, Surdy getting punished a little bit. Pops the ghost and has the full wave to play with. Denethor is going to miss the cannon. And when he doesn't get much more done. Mid lane though. Chime's looking at Darkwings. Has the flash available still. And doesn't even need to use it. Rocket jump to save.
Yeah, nice buffer. It's going to make it easy, but will Chime wrap around again? Would be really funny, but the answer is going to be no.
Oh, wait, okay, we're looking at Ghost. Yeah. Oh, Sajid Ghost. Oh, Sajid ghosted.
Back to lane.
Oh, the Ghost to lane special, baby. Oh, we are having fun this game. I love this.
Is that what you think is fun?
Absolutely.
All right, great, man. I just wanted to double check.
What's your idea of fun? Good League of Legends? Nah.
Yeah.
Give me this. Give me raw. As Darkwing's taking a lot of damage here from a Shaden, but still does not need to flash. We're not going to talk about it, Beat.
Okay, I wasn't saying anything. We're just going to keep it moving, okay?
Do not engage. Okay. Do engage here, though. Chime onto Skytech. Winning nearby, though. Good place for the Karthus to be. Even Aaron joining in on some of the fight. Darkwing's getting peppered over the wall by Bradley, though, who is so far untouched. Hit by the Winter's Bite. Rom passive stacking up.
Oh,
gets
looks
to
so
safety.
good.
Shaden with the kill. Flash forward for another. Give him the double. As Aaron's now locks down, will finally get one for himself and chimes in some trouble. Skytech, the Braum giving a lot of value here That passive onto every member, a double kill to Aaron.
Wow, this is just as bloody as the last game that we saw, Kangas. But Winthrop, they're answering back. They actually have more kills, and that rotation of the bot lane, mid lane is kind of what made this one possible for them. Actually going to take a look at the replay here. You called it out. The angle coming through onto Skytech, I mean, that passive did some insane numbers in this fight. And that's the takeaway here.
It's the Winter's Bite here onto Bradley. So one stun onto Chime. Another stun onto Bradley. They're going to get one on Shaden, and then a second onto Chime later on. Yeah, it's pretty valuable Braum. I hear he's good in early levels.
Yeah, dude, you're right. How did you know?
I played him a couple times.
Ah, that would do it. I mean, hey, that's the beauty of playing the game, right? You learn about the game.
Yeah, more importantly, I've lost to him many times. Surdy
there it is.
Some help topside here. Chime Hex flashing over the wall as Winnie will spots that the enemy support is hanging out around Surdy. I want to take a look at the CS numbers. Has Surdy gotten a lead as the Vayne into Gnar? Because every time we look up here, it looks like Denethor is just not having a fun time. I'm curious if that's actually translated in the CS numbers. So please, Kai, our amazing, incredible based observer. Oh, there we go. Yeah, that's a CS lead.
You didn't even say thank you, dude. That's kind of messed up.
Thank you, Kai.
There you go.
Thank you, Kai.
But it's as you say,
All
Surdy
right.
has quite the advantage there. Oh, Shaden.
Okay, we're diving under the turret, and do we get the kill? Shaden barely living through that one as Aaron gets slowed down. Sajed getting some damage on to Skytech as well. Very close. Winthrop University playing through this Kog'Maw, almost getting him even more fed, and this is kind of the strength of the team right now. This Kog'Maw is fed.
Right, and we talked about the scaling aspect of how you're a little stronger later on into the game. Getting accelerated, that feels really good for you as Winthrop University. Of course, the Grubs for nothing trade is something any team will take any single day of the week, Kangas, because it's going to be pretty easily grabbed up here by Winnie.
A lot of experience for the Karthus. You feel fantastic as Karthus jungle if you're able to get that uncontested. All three going to be getting to that level 6 a little bit faster now. Also catching up somewhat in the clear. Oh! Over the top, the true shot barrage. Sajed picks up one. Nice sidestep from Skytech there. Able to flash away. Sajed still taking turret shot. Few more minions. Skytech's buying a lot of time here, but Sajed will get it. He is inevitable, and that is a delayed double kill.
Hold on.
Oh, wait, okay.
Okay,
Winnie just needs to get the wave. He just needs to hit level 6. I don't even think he needs to chase. Okay, he is going to flash forward. That's a Dark Harvest stack. Sajed with the side steps. Can he dodge all the Qs? He's dodged them so far.
I mean, it's the
oh, but just the... He will get... Oh, the defile's too much, man. Not enough in the tank as Denethor will fall under the turret. Shaden also goes down. Turret will trade that one back as when he tried to get the kill credit with that Requiem.
There's so much happening, and the big takeaway for me is on the spot lane. Sajed has a pretty big CS lead building, partially because of the roam from Aaron and Skytech earlier on, and of course because of the very successful dive, courtesy of Bradley's True Shot Barrage as well. That's two pretty big waves that Aaron lost out on, which kind of led to this position where Sajed has 2 kills of his own. He's ahead on this Jinx, which scales incredibly well in her own right. So FlyQuest have now gotten themselves a pretty decent advantage, and if you just look at the numbers outside of the kills, they're winning in every lane.
Yeah, that's the tough part. 1.5k is the gold lead, and that's the stat that matters the most. The 3 Grubs can help with Winthrop, but I will say I don't think that their scaling's that bad either, specifically the Karthus. Not falling too far behind in clear against the Rumble early on, and already has a couple Dark Harvest stacks along with a kill and 2 assists. So if Winnie can get to a comfortable position, I actually do think that Winthrop are in a pretty good spot too. They're not hitting the panic button yet.
No, not quite. And again, there's something to be said about the engage potential Denethor offers on the Gnar. A good Gnar engage, it will win Winthrop University a lot of these team fights, as long as the lead doesn't get too insane. And that's what we're looking for when we actually get to these 5v5s. For the moment, Denethor...
Oh!
Oh, no.
Surdy with the outplay, knew exactly what Denethor was going for, and sidesteps another, dodging everything that Denethor is shooting,
Nice
flashing, follow for the wall, gets the kill. Winnie's in trouble next, and he's got no escape. His best bet is to try and trade a kill, but he just doesn't have enough damage. A double to Shaden, Surdy helping out, and FlyQuest Challengers feeling fantastic about how top lane's going.
They always are when you have Surdy on your team. And remember when I said the gold lead, you don't want it to get too insane and Winthrop have a chance? Well, unfortunately, we're starting to approach insane territory. Again, you see CS leads across the board. Shaden has 5 kills to his name on top of Sajid's 2. It just means that even though Winthrop have gotten this first Drake, it's really hard for me to picture them getting any more. The only real upside you have is that Denethor has TP over Surdy, who took Ghost. So there is a cross-map play you could hopefully look to make if you want to catch up as Winthrop, but it is going to involve Denethor's TP.
So what I'm hearing is we are adjacent to insane territory.
Yeah, we
right
can
on the
see
precipice.
It. Not
right
on the precipice, but like
okay.
It's almost arm's reach.
Okay, all right. That's it's a light breeze away.
Yeah, I'll take that.
Make sure to follow along as well, because I'm not sure if you were keeping up with all the news in the off-season, folks at home listening in on Twitch or maybe YouTube. But we have a YouTube channel. Go check out NACL, where all of our content will be posted, as well as our games streamed. You can also check out our Twitter account /X account there at WatchNACL. Make sure that you're supporting all of Tier 2. That includes all the stories told along with the games played. The grubs are started up. Engage comes in from FlyQuest, and they just pop Woody like a balloon. Skytech has no backup here. Requiem will do a lot of damage. Shaden should fall for this. Darkwings gets the shutdown and a reset. This could be the beginning of a big play, but everybody from FlyQuest peel back. So it's a 2-for-1 trade up for FlyQuest Challengers.
Yeah, it's still nice, though. You get the shutdown, which kind of evens it out a little bit, which is feeling kind of nice there for Winthrop. But they aren't really able to, because they lost Winnie, go for the next set of grubs. It's tough because I can't imagine they're going to be hitting too many structures, but any bit of golden XP definitely helps. And we'll see if Winthrop take another go.
Aaron.
Aaron.
Yeah, has the flash, does not cleanse it early enough. Trying to run away, but Sajid does have the damage. Yeah, maybe if you instant cleanse the Zenith Blade, you're going to be able to flash away before the Q auto goes off, but not enough reaction time. Aaron goes down.
Well, that's tough. And with him, Winthrop's chance at those second spawn of grubs pretty much go out the window. In fact, I see them on the minimap trying to contest it, and I don't like that. They need to leave. Guys, come on.
Surdy is just in Denethor's head right now. These dodges on the ults are just crazy. FlyQuest are on these grubs. That's 1. Keep in mind that 3 were picked up by Winthrop. If they can just get 1 more of these, they're feeling all right. That is a 3,500 gold lead now, though, as True Shot Barrage will do some damage, but not too much. Equalizer's available. Does FlyQuest Challengers want this? Chime did not look like he was going for the play. I actually assumed that they would have gone for it, but I think you're right about the teleport. Denethor having it, Surdy not, but they just got walk up the Skytech, who was trying to clear out wards, I suppose, and they will pick up that kill. Now Winnie realizing, I think we have to look for something more. Bradley's on the side, but he's very low on mana, and Darkwings actually spots him. And he's still walking forward. Karthus going down is actually kind of fine. He does flash away, still goes down. Chime picks up that kill. Darkwings looking to jump forward. The rocket resets, not in the kill on a shade. It's so close, barely at the very end. Must have been the red buff he picked up off of a different kill, I imagine. Either way, a scrap in the top side. Both of these teams showing up here to play League of Legends.
And it's tough. Denethor, my initial reaction is, why isn't he TPing? But we saw the play earlier where he used his ultimate. He's not level 11 yet, so he doesn't have it every time he goes Mega. So that is just unfortunately a missed opportunity topside, even though you can see Darkwings and the rest of the team trying to do their best here.
He had red buff.
Yeah, and that's,
he just came up with it. Okay.
Yeah, and that's how Sajid ended up getting it in the end. Like this Tristana definitely does a lot of damage, but it's so hard because all of FlyQuest do just as much damage.
Yeah.
Oh,
and that's one of those moments as Winnie. I actually think.
Got it.
Going back to live. Oh, no, okay. Yeah, I mean, going back to that play, if you're Winnie, if you're Karthus, I think that's the mark of a comfortable Karthus player. Die where the enemy wants to be.
Yeah.
You don't need to flash away to try and live. You have your passive, so you can actually walk up and try and make more space in your death because then nobody wants to walk forward. So moments like that, I do wonder, like, how comfortable is Winnie on a pick like this versus just kind of an experiential pick?
Yeah.
You're also playing into the Rumble, which is Imagine not a conventional jungler that you have a lot of experience against. Either way, FlyQuest, though, getting another dragon, feeling good about how their jungle matchup has been so far.
Yeah, I'd say so. I'd say you're right, Kangas. And now, now I think we've reached insane territory. Was insanity the word that I used? I don't remember.
I think it was insane, yeah.
Okay, that's a
bye,
kill.
Bradley. Okay, well, the flash will give Darkwings his flash, but does fall. Herald is now up. No Requiem available as FlyQuest challengers will now look to approach. They have Surdy walking up with them.
It's over.
I mean, maybe. Again, Vayne in the team fights has a lot of threat. Braum can absorb a lot of the damage, and you're outranged by the Kog'Maw and the Tristana. So I'm not convinced that Surdy will be the answer here unless you just find a good angle. And this is a pretty good angle, I would say, actually. Sajed gets the kill right there when he goes down yet again.
Yeah, and I don't make no mistake. I understand what you mean with Surdy not necessarily being the answer to these team fights. It's just more that Denethor is staying bot side. And if he's not showing up, these fights aren't going to work.
Darkwings, a lot of damage here. Bradley has backup though.
Oh,
Can he
wow.
outplay? Just barely with the help of his support as, okay, Denethor also falls to Surdy in the side lane. Oof. Ah.
Yeah, that's brutal. I think we're seeing the beginning of the end here, Kangas.
It's
I will
looking
keep
like
it straight
it.
with you.
Yeah, 5,500 gold lead at 15 minutes, just at 16 minutes now. It's looking about on pace for the last game.
And now it's going to be Herald. Winthrop, because FlyQuest are off the map, they want to try and start this, but this is brutal. Denethor only just spawned. He still doesn't have teleport. The rest of FlyQuest are back after spending all the gold they earned. This is an illegal maneuver if I ever saw one.
Yeah, they thought maybe they could just sneak it. Maybe FlyQuest challengers would take too long to rotate up to this objective, but at this point, it's pretty much gone unless Winnie just wants to walk in and die for it. Does not. And now Equalizer on top. Winthrop don't get the objective. They also stick around for a little too long. Just getting destroyed by these Jinx rockets and these Ezreal Qs. Darkwings is trying to walk up to get some damage, but the flash forward from Sajid, trying to get excited. The passage there. Focus onto Darkwings. Oh, it snipes Aaron as well. Sajid, you beautiful man. Double kill, make it a triple. The Jinx pilot showing us how it's done.
Oh my god, and they are just decimating Winthrop University. And they're just going to collect more gold on top of it too, Kangas. I mean, this is going to be, what, almost 8,000 ahead? We're basically on the exact same pace we were in Game 1. And, well, I have a feeling this night's going to end pretty soon. So what do you got for me, Kangas?
What is the new over-under beat? Is it too early, or are we allowed to do that now?
I think we're allowed to do that now. If we ask the mods, they're nice people. They'll just do it.
I think it's more fun if we do it this early anyway, because it's way harder to tell for sure. Because like we don't have the Dragon Soul stacking. Surdy might just die right here. Oh, never mind. Flash is a safety.
Oh, he's taunting too. I love it.
Oh, Skytech, he wants. Oh, I love this. Let's go, Skytech. Don't let him get away with it. Okay, wait, he just pops the ultimate. And now Skytech actually might be the one to die instead. Has to flash to safety, but there is no safety. Chimes right in on top of him, and Winnie will pay for the crimes of his support. At least gets one back. Darkwings can kill Chime. Jungler for support right now. That means no more frontline for FlyQuest challengers. There is a world where Winthrop can make this work. Denethor's got the big Gnar ultimate, but it's so telegraphed when you're going to go for that type of play. He just hasn't been able to find it, but Darkwings can get some work done on that turret. Flash forward from Denethor. He has had enough of your stuff, Surdy. That one you cannot dodge as Darkwings tries to jump to safety, but jumps straight into Shaden's waiting arms. Denethor is still over the wall, but Bradley's able to deal with him. Arcane shift forward, and somehow Sajed is still just solo top lane. Not exactly sure where the Jinx has been this whole time, but FlyQuest challengers win the fight without their AD carry.
And that's tough. Winthrop, that was one of the better looks we've seen from them this entire series, and unfortunately, it still just doesn't work. I think now that we have a second, we don't have a second. Aaron's cooked, man.
Yep, unfortunate here. Maybe he can try and get the kill on the Bradley. He does have the cleanse, but there's just gonna be too much. Actually, the backup of Winnie could be enough. True Shot Barrage, it does not get the kill. Chime went for the Zenith Blade onto Winnie instead and could get punished now. Big turnaround. The backup arrived for Aaron.
Oh, the Super Mega Death Rocket? Oh, it's gonna miss.
Ooh.
would have been a chance. But there, that's a positive play there for Winthrop. As long as they back and nothing else happens, that is some much-needed goal that they can cash in on. It's not going to really change the fact that Sajed is so far ahead right now. He's getting close to his third item, but it could help even the playing field if you get another angle like we just saw. It's worth noting, too, Dark Wings, he's already on his second item. He is really strong right now, and he's basically been the person to look at when it comes to getting serious damage done in these team fights. And if it's going to happen again, it is going to be through this Tristana.
Yeah, 2 items completed. And again, I'm happy you bring that up because as one-sided as these games from a team perspective and a gold perspective have been, Darkwings as an individual feels like he has stepped up in a way I'm very happy to see as Winthrop University actually have a window here. This is kind of surprising, but they found an angle to go for the Baron. It's just Bradley to look for a steal, and that is a Baron secure. Surdy will win the 1v1 against Zenthor on the side lane. That's fine. They get the Dragon. Actually, they don't get the Dragon. Shaden backed off of it. He decided to peel instead, and now FlyQuest, they get pushed away. Busty shot from Darkwings. If Winthrop University get away with this Baron, that is actually massive for them. They're still down a mountain of gold, but at least they can hold the line with Baron buff.
Yeah, this is that point in the game where you just got to full send a Baron. And if it works, it works, and if it doesn't, you go next. So they are able to secure it because Shaden was stuck on the Drake that he never secured, but there's still Herald to play for, and FlyQuest are no worse for wear when it comes to gold.
And Surdy is still just being a nuisance in the side lane, but Darkwings flashes forward. Immediately condemned back, still has the damage with the explosive shot. Now Shaden flashes over the wall, tries to get away from Darkwings, who is still the main character for Winthrop University. This guy has got to make a miracle happen on this Tristana, and he really wants it. You can tell Sajed caught out of position here. Another shutdown to Darkwings. I mean, it's a tough game.
Kangas.
But I'm just saying.
Maybe don't say it yet.
Okay.
If FlyQuest does that a couple more times, then we can have the conversation that you want to have. I mean, it is a big deal, I will say, to get those shutdowns on people like Aaron and Darkwings. Hold on. Yeah, what's going on here?
He's got a pretty big rage bar, and he has ultimate available. So, I mean, wow.
Okay.
Winthrop University are doing it. I mean, they're pushing away FlyQuest challengers. They're punishing them for their misplays, their mistakes. This is looking like week 1 FlyQuest challengers NZXT. I hate to say it. Massive gold lead might not matter. They are throwing this lead. Winthrop University are not giving up the fight, and they're showing you gotta respect us, because if you don't, we will happily take these objectives.
And I will say, Winthrop have gained several thousand gold in those last 2 exchanges, and that is actually an insane cash injection for these players. Now Darkwings, he's finished the LDR. He is unreal strong, and we're already seeing it in these team fights. He is that much more dangerous. So even someone like Chime, tanky as he is, will melt like paper to this Tristana. And you see Aaron, he's getting up there as well. Once that third item comes through, he's going to be really strong. We're not really close. Oh, sorry, go ahead.
No, you finish your point. I want to get to a mentality point afterwards.
Okay. We're not close to like the point where gold doesn't matter yet. So it's still going to be hard for Winthrop to come back. But again, if FlyQuest keep doing this,
yeah,
we're going to game.
I mean, like I said, at this point, I want to talk about mentality. If you're a team like FlyQuest Challengers, heavy favorites in the split, defending champions with a massive gold lead, and you start to throw, I got to imagine the mentality is something along the lines of, all right, guys, let's lock in. We got to actually close this one out. Very different mentality than the team that just got 4,000 gold screaming their heads off like, yeah, we can do this. Riding momentum, man. I feel like Winthrop, they got a lot of it, and Denethor still has that ultimate available. You got to watch for him. Flash as well. Eyes on the Gnar. Can he get in there? It's Skytech that starts it off. Denethor looking for the flash. Ult into the wall. He got Surdy. Stunned up. Trying with a re-engage. Surdy still alive, and Sajed is excited. The resets come through for the Jinx. Trying to chase down Skytech. Flash to safety to avoid the slow. 1-for-1 trade, though. The fact that Winthrop can actually trade 1-for-1 is huge, as Surdy's walking up. He's walking way too far forward, taking a massive chunk of damage. Requiem should be enough to kill Surdy, and it absolutely will.
Wow.
A bird on Bradley. He's going to go down too.
Oh my God.
Double kill to Winnie. And again, Winthrop hold the line.
And Winthrop, they're scaling. Their big late game champions are coming online again. Darkwings has been so massive in how he's maneuvering and dealing damage in these team fights. And FlyQuest, they're starting to hit a wall. against
Yeah.
Winthrop University.
Oh, I mean, this is what the games looked like last week. This was FlyQuest playing with their food. This was them not respecting the scaling comp, not respecting the team fight of Winthrop.
Yeah, and I will say right before this clip starts, the solar flare comes through from Chime and it just completely whiffs. So props to Winthrop for immediately recognizing that, hey, this is our moment. And you can see the confidence that this team has, even in this position, even after what happened in this first game. They are still looking for every opportunity to come back. And let's be honest, they are doing it. It's actually happening.
Pat Carth's damage is insane
Yeah.
right now. Getting towards a Rabadon's death cap. How close is Winnie? Can we take a look at the gold? The gold that he has currently in his pocket. Yeah, there we go. Okay.
It's
Thank
like
you, Kai.
750.
350. So we still have a ways away before that happens, but once that happens, that's going to be scary. And Dark Wings is right up there, man.
He is. Not too far behind Sajid. And it really just shows you, like, how much he's been able to do for his team this game. And again, like, this is that champ that even when he seemed like he was at his worst as a player last year, the Tristana was still a pick that he could rely on. And the fact that it's a pick that could take Winthrop to a game 3 here is amazing.
They got the first Baron. They snuck it. FlyQuest Challengers were not ready to answer, but this time around, FlyQuest Challengers have the inside track of the Baron. 20 seconds till it's up. Equalizer goes down. Winnie almost picked off, immediately flashes away. Valuing his life over the damage he can do through the passive, but FlyQuest Challengers, they have big health bar advantages.
Oh,
The
they
Dark
got
Wings, the rocket
Cooked.
off of Skytech is enough. Sajid gets excited, looking for the resets. More damage out of Winnie. Can keep it going, and FlyQuest Challengers said close, but no cigar. You will not turn this one around. They have the minion wave, and I got to imagine they can close it out here. Denethor, the only member left who can do any amount of damage, as he's trying to jump forward. We'll get a good amount done onto Chime, but it is the tank, it is the support, it is not the one you needed. And FlyQuest Challengers will prevent the comeback and end this series 2-0.
Yeah, I mean, you got to give some credit to Winthrop. It looked like they maybe were going to be able to make it happen for a while, but Winthrop, they were too far behind. FlyQuest, you know, it just required a few too many mistakes from them, considering how well Fly played early on in the game. That's just how it goes.
And I mean, props to Winthrop and that roster for coming here. Their first series of the summer split against the defending champions. That is tough. It's a hard ask for anybody, especially when you're up against this composition. I gotta say, I don't know who you have beat. I would say Sajid would be my player of the game, based on the fact that everything seemed like it was kind of falling apart. Bradley died solo. Surdy started getting too aggressive in the side lanes. But then Sajid with the late game team fights kept it together.
I'm gonna agree with you on that one, I should say. Even when the fights weren't looking good, I still think, for FlyQuest overall, I still think Sajid was playing them out really well. And I think that's part of what's so exciting for him as a player. It's just the fact that he came in last split to the NACL for the first time, of course, won with FlyQuest, and already showed so much promise right off the bat. And what is it with FlyQuest and 80 carries, man? They just know how to pick them. First Masu,
they like
this guy
growing them in
through.
a lab or something. Yeah,
I
don't know where these kids are coming from. But FlyQuest Challengers is finding a lot of very promising young talent coming up the pipeline. Sajid, add him to the list. Pentakill in his rookie split in the finals to 3-0 his opponents. Now the defending champ coming in summer, having this kind of performance in week 2. And again, week 1, the team looked good in the early game. It looked like they could get these leads. It was just sloppy endings and not being able to close out games, which we were getting echoes of this game. But it still feels like this is the team to beat right now, Pete.
Yeah, 100%. I think given it's pretty much between them and I think TLC, DSG, I think the games today were really important for me to just get an idea on who the best team was. And at this point, with what we've seen, I'm probably leaning towards FlyQuest after all that's happened today.
I think that would be tough to argue against. But we'll see as they have a long summer ahead of them. We're going to send it to a short break before we're back with a player from FlyQuest Challengers for the post-series interview. So stick around. We'll be back after this. Hello and welcome back, everybody, for the post-series interview. I have the one, the only, Surdy coming in from FlyQuest Challengers NZXT after a 2-0 in your first series win of the summer split. What was going on in that last game, man? that was a fun game to cast. What was it like to play?
That was a very fun game. It was pretty fun. Basically, I said to Jay, if he takes a bad trade, level 1. Like the whole plan with the Vayne was get control of the top bushes, level 1, and then when Nar walks up the wood, I chunk him, and then level 3, he's not gonna have Mega, so I can demo into all his one-shot, which means we break the Karthus' full clear. So then his tempo for the rest of the game on his camps, recycling, is gonna be worse than Rumbles, and he just eventually falls further and further behind, as long as I don't die to him when we try and dive. So then, like after we did that, early game was just over, and then we're so far ahead in mid game, we were like, okay, you know what, let's have some fun. And so we messed around, and then at a certain point, after we got aced, I was on a Raptor camp, and I was like, okay, guys, let's just like group mid and end the game. And so we did that, and yeah, it's good.
Yeah, it did work out. You actually ended that second game faster than the first game, funnily enough.
Wow.
I want to talk to you about the end of games, though, because last week, I think if there is criticism to be laid on how the team performed, it would be the inability to kind of synergize and how to close out the game. So talk to me about what the team was focused on from last week compared to this week. And also, if you think I have the right read or not, or if you have a different read as a player, it's kind of like what happened last weekend and what was the reason for the losses.
Yeah. I mean, I think that you guys have a pretty good read. Obviously, like, Mervo and Dragonsteel, or as it's called now, have a very strong core in UG, Spyrax, and Zyko. So, even though they were missing Niles and Walkroom, they were still a very good team. And obviously, Zamudo is no slouch of a player. He's very good mechanically. But basically, I could have tried to kill him in the first few levels, because if TF plays for push, Camille usually ends up like blowing his conditions or blowing his sums, but I didn't do it because we didn't have info on where Talia was. And I was like, there's no way he's doing this without Talia. Then I watched the VOD, and I was like, oh, she wasn't there. The same thing happened to me last split, was the same player, and so then I basically said to my team after that game, I'm just going to play like it's solo queue. I'm giving way too much respect, and I think that the game becomes a lot easier when I'm playing to apply pressure on the map, because then it opens up my teammates to do what they want to do, and not as much pressure's on them, because I was kind of sitting back in a like stationary position, and I think that was really bad for my team.
Interesting that you have that read on it. I'd love to get more into that, because I know how much you've been grinding solo queue. You've been advertising it during the off season.
Yep.
You know, congratulations, by the way, breaking LP records and having insane win rates, getting accounts up to GM, up to challengers. But something that I was wondering is, how do you feel that your solo queue grind has affected your team play? Do you feel like it has made you better in the 5v5 environment, or do you feel like there's a bit of like a relearning how to play with comms with a team after spending so much time focused on solo queue?
There's definitely a bit of relearning. In solo queue, the way that you climb is maximizing resource generation. But by doing that, you overstay tempo very often because you don't get punished for it. And you do things that in a competitive environment where there's more coordination and you can't get random picks to reset the map's like state are really bad. And over the last like week or so playing with Fly, because I've been playing in a very high level environment, my teammates are all very, very good. I'm very lucky to have them. I've realized this, and so our mid games become more and more clean as I've ironed out the solo queue habits and made side laning easier for my mid laner as a result.
Okay, cool. Well, I'm happy to see that it's coming together for you and for the team. We're all, rooting for everybody on their path towards the LCS, and it feels like, you're making a very strong argument for yourself this year in particular. Any final shout-outs that you have for anybody at home watching, or any final messages you have for the fans?
Shout out to everybody who's supporting Fly, my coaches, my teammates. Losing Quad, obviously, is a big blow to any team. He's a very, very good player, but we do have the best player in 4 roles in the league, other than just mid lane. I think that all, like individually, before Bradley stepped in, we were the 4 best players in our respective roles. Sheedon should have been MVP. He's the best jungler in the league. Anybody who says that isn't the case is just basically writing the fact that, oh, he can't be that good because he's jungling on a really good team, so his lane isn't performing, therefore he looks better. So don't give him as much credit. But they don't actually play with him. And he really deserves the credit. So, like, shout out to my jungler. You guys are really, really fucking good.
Shout out to Shade, and shout out to everybody over at FlyQuest Challengers for keeping up spirits and getting a fantastic and dominant 2-0. And also shout out to Bradley. He can get to the top in his lane as well. Let's go, Bradley.
No, I think that he's coming in as one of the top players. It's just, I was talking about the 4 of us. before he came
Yeah. I got you. All love to Bradley. Thank you so much for coming on, Cerny, and congratulations on the win. Best of luck going into
Thank
prep
you.
for your future matches.
Thank you so much.
All right, now we'll get back at Beatdown on here. Beatdown, what do you feel? Bradley top 3, top 4, top 5? Where's Bradley rank for the laners in the league?
That's tough. I'm trying to remember. I'm trying to remember every minute in the lead right now. I'm gonna say top half. That's very easy. Maybe,
Okay. All right.
Maybe top 3.
He's on
I'm
his
not
way up.
married to that one, but I think Bradley is a very good player. So
Yep.
I
And of
can
course-
stick to that one.
To Cerny's point, 4 returning members from the championship roster. Of course, they're going to look dominant against
yeah.
some of the teams that are power ranked a little bit lower, but DragonSteel did still make them work for it. We'll see how FlyQuest look going forward. But with that said, that's the end of the week of broadcast, so we can catch you up on the Samsung SSD Fast 5 for the fastest stats of the week. Beatdown, taking a look at this one. What are the ones immediately jumping out to you? What are your favorite things you want to highlight?
I'm gonna say Sammy can get a fastest legendary item. Shout out to him for that. He's a player I was super excited about.
True.
After watching him, casting actually him with you in the promotion tournament going into this split. And, so I'm glad he's getting up here.
Another one of those mid laners that I have my eye on going forward as a pretty hyped prospect. Played in a lot of the combines and tryouts during off seasons, grinded a lot of Champs Q, and seems like he could be one of those players that has that run in him. Also, I want to give shout outs to the collegiate players, Scary Jerry, Aaron, even Psycho coming in here, SkyTech, a lot of the collegiate representatives populating here the Samsung SSD Fast 5 best stats. But that's it for the week of stats. Next up, let's take a look at the updated standings, because now every team has at least played one best of 3 series. Going into this weekend, we saw 2 that had yet to play. Now they all have. Any big surprises, Beat? Any standout performers early on?
FlyQuest being in 6th definitely stands out to me. Of course, losing to DragonSteel, who are matchups and all that kind of stuff matters. But if you told me before week 2 ended that FlyQuest would be 6th place, I would say you're a crazy person. So that's gonna be mine.
I mean, it's 2 series, but yes, I understand the sentiment. I understand the sentiment. But there it is. Shout out to all the teams, players for competing. We'll keep our eyes on the standings as the weeks progress, as we're getting into the playoffs picture. But still early season, still a lot to prove for the teams, and a lot of room for them to move up and down in these standings. Also, DragonSteel, I'm thinking, pretty happy with their investment so far, as that roster looking very strong, sitting as the only team 2-0. That's going to do it here from us at the NACL. It's been a fantastic week 2 of games. Thank you so much, Beatdown, for being an amazing co-caster. We have no scheduled cast for the rest of the split. Do you want to change that? Should we just commit together right now?
To be fair, playoffs hasn't been filled in yet. So, we have a chance.
It's a good point.
We could come back.
See you in playoffs, man. Let's go. Either way, thank you for tuning in, everybody. We would not have this show if it weren't for the fans wanting to watch. We would not have the show if it weren't for everybody in production keeping the gears rolling, and especially the players for willing to show up every single week on their path to pro. The future of the LCS starts after the LCS, and that is where everybody is looking to go. But where we're going right now is twitch.tv/stunt. So make sure to stick around for the raid, because we're going to go support another tenured player here in North America. We'll be back next weekend for more NACL action. See you there.